I have not turned in my homework from our last meeting with the DDA, but I'm putting my list together.
I've heard. It's all good. Just send it in. Hey, Carl.
Hey, how are you?
Good, you?
Okay. It's been a week and it's Tuesday.
I hear you.
Hey, Marco, just a heads up. I just emailed you the list of presenters again for the annexation applicant.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Trent. So you can move those over once we get going, huh? Well, is everybody here? I think we're all present. Whoever's going to play tonight is here, so we'll get going. All right, so time being 6 o'clock. Good evening, everybody. Call to order the City of Glenwood Springs Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. It is May the 25th, 2021. This is our regular meeting for the month of May. And we are still on Zoom. And the webinar ID is 831-5540-7507. And a good phone number if you want to join via phone is 1253-215-8782. I think I did that right. I think so. Excellent. On my part, would you please do a roll call, Jen?
Commissioner Dem.
Here.
Commissioner Schirmer.
Here.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Here.
Commissioner White. Commissioner Schachter.
Here.
Commissioner Wissing.
Here.
Commissioner West. And Commissioner Waller.
All right, thank you, Jen. Looks like skeleton crew tonight. We'll do what we can. Next item on the agenda, receipts of the minutes and the item A here goes way back to August 13th of 2020. So I'm entertaining a motion to receive those minutes.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Any discussion on the minutes from August 13, 2020?
I just have a question, and maybe it's later. And Carl, you can cut me off right away. Do the minutes, does that item back on August 13th have any impact on item 1221 tonight?
I don't.
Or was it just marijuana specific?
I believe it was marijuana specific, and I went looking for the minutes and then realized maybe that we had never approved them. So it's just a cleanup. So if it needs to push, we can.
No problem. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? No, we'll see none. I'll call for the question.
Commissioner Wissing.
Approve.
Commissioner Schachter.
Approve.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Approve.
Commissioner Schirmer.
Approve.
Commissioner Dem.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Jen. Another set of minutes to approve is the minutes from April 27 of this year. Again, entertaining a motion to receive those minutes.
Do we offer additions after that motion?
Usually, I think.
So move.
Thank you.
Action second.
Motion in a second. Any discussion? Commissioner Schachter, I take it.
Yeah, at the risk of making a little more work for staff, and in some cases, I think that I wish the minutes were reflected a little more detail. And in this case, I would like to see the items referred to on tonight's staff report, pages 1 and 2, specifically Commissioner Sipperly's requests itemized in the minutes if possible.
Okay, so that would be additional wording and additional all kinds of stuff. So
It's an additional cut and paste, I believe.
right. Okay, so okay, Commissioner Zipperly.
I'm noticing that we have only 3 commissioners here today who were at the April 27th meeting. Is that a concern? Because I'm pretty confident that George and Sumner probably have reviewed the whole footage. So does that allow them to vote on the minutes?
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that. I think the odds of us getting a quorum to vote on those minutes otherwise is, we could wait months.
Don't our bylaws say that we shouldn't vote?
They do. I'm just suggesting you sort of jump the rails on that in the interest of actually getting the work done.
Sounds good to me. I like getting things done. So is there any more discussion on those minutes? No, we'll see none. I'll call for the question to approve.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes, to approve.
Commissioner Schachter,
Approve.
Commissioner Wissing,
Approve.
Commissioner Dem,
Yes, approve.
Commissioner Shaver.
Approve.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you, Jen. Next item on the agenda, as always, item 4, I think, is comments from citizens appearing for items that are not on the agenda. And if anybody's here tonight to speak about anything but items on the agenda, please raise your hand. And I see none, so we'll move on to our first continued item. And
Mr. Chairman, I probably should have attested that I did watch and listen to the last 2 meetings that I did miss. So I want that on the record.
okay, excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Shaver.
And I don't know, did I already attest that I've viewed the entire April 27th meeting? If not, I will attest so tonight.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Schachter. Anything else before we jump into
And
it?
Marco, I think per Carl's training 2 weeks ago, whatever, I should recuse myself tonight.
Okay, so we'll see you after this item.
I'll be back. Gretchen's going to text me for the next one.
Excellent. Thank you, Amber. See you then. Okay, so let's see. First continued item, planning item 09-20, consideration of an annexation and the initial zoning rezoning of 15.818 acres to commercial district and planned unit development. And I think we're going to have to bring some people over, so this may take me a second unless somebody wants to help me. I think this is a name I recognize.
Trent, do you want to look at the list and we,
I'm just going
I started clicking, Jen, to see if I could promote, but I can't.
Okay,
I was going to try to help out, but I would recommend we promote some of the staff folks that are over there, including Chief Tillotson.
I can do that. Oh, here, there's 2 right next to each other. That'll work. And And who else? Who else am I missing?
I'm seeing at least Erica Gibson in there, John Batisto.
Okay.
I think, well, looks like one was forgot.
And let's see, is Chad here? I don't see Chad. No, I got Yancey.
And Matthew Fitzsimmons, Curtis Rowe.
I don't see that name.
I have to scroll
Oh,
back
there you
up,
go. Okay,
Marco.
he raised his hand. Thank you for raising your hand. And who am I missing? Tim Baird? Is that it? And Dan Kessler, I don't know.
Not sure if those are call-in numbers or not, but perhaps the applicant can let us know
Okay,
if need be.
if you're Tim or Dan, raise your hand, please.
It's *9 to do so from a phone, folks.
Thank you, Trent. Other than that, oh, Curtis. Did we have Curtis? All right, well, if I missed somebody, raise your hand and we'll add you over to the panelists. So anyway, I think everybody's here. So Trent, do you have any, Commissioner Schachter, before we jump into it, your hand's up.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman, and I'd want to hear from staff with an item of this magnitude and the fact that we are fairly unrepresented as a commission and also only have 4 members here should any actions be taken. I'm wondering in this case if it would be advisable to continue this item where we have more commissioners available.
You know, Sumner, I'm going to answer that, and I was going to kind of lead on the staff discussion for a moment. This item has been continued twice. At this point, I think in fairness to the neighborhood and to the applicant, the Planning Commission needs to take an action tonight. If you feel like you can't, then I would send it to council without a recommendation. But I do really feel strongly that we need to, this is a big deal to the community, and I want to make sure that they and the applicant get to a final decision maker. Like you, I'm disappointed that more of the commission isn't here tonight. And I think that's a separate conversation that we need to have as a commission on the work that we need to get done. And we can talk about that at the end of the night a little bit, I think. But I really would like to see us move this forward. I also think that I'm going to suggest, kind of consistent with, we did a little bit of training, but this is an interesting application, and you guys don't see a lot of annexations, which does provide for a certain level of horse trading, but that horse trading really occurs at the council level. And so I'd really like, and I think it will make your job easier if you guys stay focused on those things that are inside your control for recommendation tonight. I think it'll help everybody. I know it's been a tough one, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate you and George listening to the last couple of meetings so that we do have a quorum to be able to take an action tonight. I commend you guys for your fortitude in doing that, because it's tough. So with that, I'll turn it over to Trent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carl, and good evening, Mr. Chairman and Planning and Zoning Commissioners. Very brief from staff here. We will certainly be around for questions as the night goes on, but you did have a list of items that you asked the applicant to address when you continued the meeting last month. Some of those seemed to be the responsibility of staff, as others were the responsibility of the applicant. So we did include a memo from Chief Tillotson in your packet, as well as a memo from the applicant. There were some drawings that were updated as per your recommendations, as well as a letter from the applicant's engineer to address some of the other concerns. A considerable amount of public comment has come in again since the last meeting. That was provided to you with the packet release on Friday, and you were updated again today with those that were received since Friday. So I know that the applicant would like the chance to address you. Of course, staff is happy to answer any questions you have at this moment, or we can do so later.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Trent. Thank you, Carl, for your guidance as well. I agree. I think we're on skeleton crew, but I think with some answers and what we have in front of us tonight, we can probably move this through. Any questions to staff at this point? Clarifications, anything from the commission? If I see none, we'll turn it over to the applicant. Barry, please, I assume you have some answers for us.
I will try my best.
All right, thank you.
I think actually I wanted to start, Floyd Demos wanted to just make a quick comment. So Floyd, or I think he's with John there. Yeah, I think you have it under John Demos.
Please.
Yes, okay. Well, I got to say hi, and I'm really impressed with the meetings that you have. I really never followed you, but I really thank you for what you're doing. Anyway, I'm Floyd Demos, and I previously mentioned to the commission that more than 60 years ago, in 1960, my parents, Adolph and Edith Demos, purchased 30 acres of privately owned land in West Glenwood, and it was an investment in property for the future. This land was not our homestead or family homestead, because that was in 1905 in Elgibel. But our land behind the mall has been commercially zoned for decades and has never been designated as open space. In 1980, our family sold about 14 acres of this land for the Glenwood Springs Mall, and we retained about 16 acres, a little less than that. Our family received county approval for a commercial park, and we then built 2 commercial buildings. And at that time, we installed all of the utilities needed to service all of the future development of our land. In 1982, believe it or not, that was 39 years ago, our family built and paid for our portion of the Storm King Road and deeded that road to the county. And of course, obviously, that's the road that West Glenwood uses. Our 2 partnership for nearly a year has been working in close cooperation with the city planning staff to refine the design of their proposed development. And they have followed suggestions and recommendations from the city professional staff, your planners, and your engineers. And after extensive review and revision that included reduction to their density, the city planning department continues, in my mind, to recommend that you approve our proposed annexation. Now, the question might be, why should you? And I think it's very simple. Their design has followed the vision, goals, and policies of Glenwood's comprehensive plan, as well as followed the city's development code. And I've attached page 41 and 46 of the city's comprehensive plan. And please, I ask you, read it. There's a highlighted section that we've noted, just a couple of paragraphs, but it really tells the story. Well, anyway, we believe the applicant has made significant concessions, and their plan will be a great contribution to Glenwood. Our family believes it makes sense to be annexed within Glenwood city limits with their proposal. However, our land will eventually be developed in some fashion in the near future, whether annexed to the city or not. And I sure thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Mr. Chairman, I'm next, if you don't.
Sure.
So I'm going to try to keep my comments brief. You've heard from me a lot, and I think a lot of the questions have been addressed in our package, and we're going to have a little bit of a presentation to hopefully address whatever questions we haven't seen in the package already. But I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple of key things that I think are important for this group to consider. One, which Floyd just acknowledged, which is that I think our plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan, which was clearly designated to annex this property and to develop medium to high density residential. I also feel that this plan was, you recently did what I would call your 2020 to 2025 strategic plan. And there were a couple things that were in that, obviously a little bit more updated, that I do think we achieve. I think one was to develop and maintain high quality infrastructure, including city streets. I think by doing this, we're upgrading streets that I know are in the county, but are being used by everybody in the city, including fixing and creating a bike loop lane and pedestrian lane, which I think is a much needed thing in West Glenwood. Another big thing is obviously developing affordable housing, which we're going to talk about a little bit more. And I think one of the big things that you've talked about is having the people that work in the city live in the city. It was interesting for me to recognize in your 2019 regional study, Glenwood has a daytime population of about 12,000 people. There's about 2,400 people that commute outside the city to actually work in Glenwood today. We've been, as part of our meetings, talking to a lot of your employers, including the hospital. One of their key issues, which is a major life safety issue, is that they need at least 50% of their staff to live in the city of Glenwood in case an emergency comes up, which is something that they are struggling to do because there's not enough housing. And in their words, actually not necessarily affordable, there's not enough housing. The average employee staff in the hospital makes about $90,000. So for them, it's been more important to actually find housing. We've even met with most of the different schools, obviously Two Rivers, which is adjacent to our property. And one of their biggest problems or issues is being able to actually have teachers, being able to hire and attract teachers for the school. Matter of fact, the way I understand it, they don't know whether a teacher has accepted a job even after they've said yes until they've actually found housing in the community. There was a question asked as to whether there was an agreement between ourselves and Two Rivers. I just want to clarify the only discussions that we've had with them, and Jamie Nims is on this call if you would like to ask more questions, who runs the Two Rivers School, is we are working with them on traffic, which we think we can do, which we think is important for us to do as a neighbor. And we've actually been reviewing their traffic, and we were going to work with them to see if there's a way that we could potentially master lease 4 to 6 units from our project so that they know that they would have housing for their teachers. Never discussed rates. And quite frankly, these have just been 2 conversations. That's the only conversations we've had with them. I think their biggest focus is their need for housing overall. A third component of what you talk about in your strategic plan is to support the local businesses and to enhance their economic success. As we've been meeting with a lot of your larger employers in town, and actually even looking at your 2019 study, 68% of your employers are saying housing is their biggest issue. Matter of fact, what we're understanding, and there was an article that came out today in the Post, is that a lot of the businesses are not going to be able to open up at 100% capacity post-COVID because of finding employees. Thought it was an interesting headline, a shortage of people. It's just gotten completely out of hand over the last year. This is the quote from the paper. In order for a worker to accept a job, they need to be within a reasonable commuting distance. So again, obviously this goes back to housing. The last thing is there's obviously one of the things, strategic goal is the revitalization of the West Glenwood Mall. We think this project would be a good catalyst for the redevelopment of the mall. And we think it would be a better alternative than having a separate development in the county, as opposed to trying to create a development in the city that would work with the mall itself. There were questions about the housing gap. That was one of the questions that was asked. And specifically, they talked about the pipeline of deals that are out there today. It was kind of summarized in a letter, but I figured it's worth just bringing up here real quickly. The current pipeline does have about 1,400 units in it. It's interesting to note that in your 2019 study, of those 1,400 units, roughly 487 of those units were actually counted in that study. So when your regional housing study was saying that there was a 2,000 housing unit shortfall, 487 of the units, which are either now opened or under construction, were actually included in that. If you take out the 360 units that we're proposing here, obviously if you don't approve it here, it may or may not get developed into housing. What you really are remaining with is about 540 units that we're going to get built over the next 5 to 7 years if you look at your current pipeline. When you look at the growth that's occurring, the overall growth in the region is 2.5%, but what was correctly pointed out, the growth in Glenwood Springs is about 1.5%. You have, and we've actually had RCLCO look at this with us, who's probably one of the top housing experts in the country, but you do have about 200,000 households, 45 and under, moving in annually right now and proposed over the next 5 years into Glenwood. So your need for additional housing is about 200 units a year. Right now, if the units, all the units that are in the pipeline get developed, that would be about 540 units. And you would have maybe 3 years, not even 3 years, of being able to accommodate the current growth, no less be able to impact the 2,000 unit shortfall that you currently have, which is part of one of the issues that's going on. I have not met with the Housing Commission, but I have met with Hannah, who is with city staff, who is the liaison to the Housing Commission. And it is my understanding that they are supportive of the project. And what we have said to them, and I will say tonight, is that we do plan to follow the guidelines that were already established for affordable housing from the city. And we also are willing to work with the Housing Commission. They had 2 proposals, but I did go back and read their notes. And I think the way I understand it, it's not take it or leave it on those 2 things that they've proposed, but they've proposed an additional requirement on this project for affordable housing, and we're open to that. And I think what they're open to is us sitting down with the Housing Commission and determining what that might be. I think in talking to, again, Hannah, I haven't been able to speak to the overall Housing Commission, but I think there's a lot of things that we could do versus what was just proposed. My understanding is the intent of that proposal was to suggest, I think in their words, was a iterative approach. I may get that word wrong. If I did, I apologize. But again, the idea was that we would do more than what is currently in the code, working with the Housing Commission, figuring out what might work best for the project, and also work best for some of the needs that we're seeing out in the community overall as affordable housing. I also want to keep in perspective, we talk about the density of this site. It's important to note because you basically have very few, if any, large sites left available to develop. I know this isn't in the city, but in this region. This is about a 12.5 acre site. When you look at the 360 units, that is a little less than 30 units per acre. It's actually 29.3 units per acre. I think just as a perspective, 6 Canyons is 31 units per acre. The Lofts phase 1 is 43.8 units per acre. Phase 2 is 52.8 units per acre. And phase 3 is 168 units per acre. Now I know they have some surrounding housing or surrounding land around it, but I think it's important to note when you look at the land that they own and the unit per acre that they have, I think it's important to keep in perspective as far as what we're doing here. We are a partner at the table with the city. We want to help address and improve the evacuation systems, and we have committed to contributing to those planning efforts. And I think that was also addressed by the city staff. I want to leave you with this. The plan for the 480 Dunnigan has evolved. It has been refined. We've been working with the city staff now for over, I think, close to 12 months. Don't have the exact things. and we've made lots of changes. We'll walk through some of those. We've been providing a wide variety of housing. We're providing affordable housing types. We're not going anywhere. We've been invested here long-term. We want to invest long-term into the success of this project. We look forward to your supporting tonight and your thorough review of what we're doing. Again, I appreciate your time. Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I was going to turn it over to our architects, and they're going to walk through a presentation that would hopefully address some of the other questions that were brought up.
That sounds great. Thank you, Barry. Thank you.
Sorry for the long I know.
It's all good. The more information,
Okay.
Hi, good evening. This is Matthew Fitzsimmons with Ford Copeland Mock Architects and Planners. Thanks for letting us provide some extra information to the project. I just want to verify that everyone can see my screen. Okay, great, thanks. We were asked to provide some additional spot, or I should say elevation measurements. We did go back and provide additional information on the heights to the peaks of the townhouses and multifamily that face along Donegan, as well as to, here we go, the up on the top section to the parapet. And to the top of the parapet, it's an extra 2 feet over what we have to the flat part of the roof. And I would say typically, you know, the additional height to the peak of the roof as opposed to the midpoint of the roof is an additional 6 feet. We analyzed the view as recommended. I think in our perspective views, we had a slightly higher vantage point over the street, looking down the street. In the series of views that you're going to see, what we did is we wanted to take a look at the location of the view from the fronts of the houses that are on the north side of Donegan Road, which is approximately 40 feet back from the edge of Donegan. Additionally, it varies a little bit, but consistently it's approximately, the elevation of those houses sit approximately 4 to 5 feet up over the street. And so not having the advantage of locating on someone's porch, we looked at the streets that are perpendicular, that run between those houses, and took the view back towards the project. And so in this first view, we're looking on Chaparral Circle, again, 40 feet back from the road, and with the eye set 4 feet above the road, plus the additional, you know, human's eyes, approximately 5'8". So that's all in all about 10 feet up off of the road is where the eyes are located. And in this view, we verified our original digital model with Google Earth, as well as a GIS-based three-dimensional model that was created and supported by data that's available to the public. And so we just wanted to verify the coordinates, the location of the views, and then kind of reconstruct, or just, you know, not enhance, but just kind of verify that these views are consistent. And in general, they are consistent. The two-story read of the multifamily buildings in the foreground, and you can see its relationship to Red Mountain in the background. You can still see Red Mountain over top of those houses along Donegan, those future houses on Donegan. As we move down the street, again, this is kind of the same station point north of Donegan, approximately where the front doors of the houses would be, 40 feet off of Donegan. Looking back to the project, again, the building to the left, top left, is a multifamily building. The building to the right are the townhouse modules. Again, at this station point, the view of Red Mountain is still visible over top of those two-story buildings. In these views on the top, the larger views, we took the landscape along the street out of the equation, but just to add it back in on the lower view on the bottom left of the page for your references. And then the final shot, again, looking from Ponderosa Circle, again, the same 40+ feet back from the roadway, up 4 feet off the road, looking back towards the project. And again, this on the top left are townhouses, the top right are townhouses, both 2 stories. And you can see the mountains in the background are still visible above the horizon line. We did look at the townhouses on further west of Storm King along Donegan, just beyond the school. Again, these are similar in height to what we're proposing. These are 2 stories. The viewpoint is taken directly from Google Earth, so it's not the same vantage point, it's closer. And so as you get closer to the object that you're looking at, the building or the object is taller in the foreground. So even at this setback in the street, you can still see red mountains in the background. And here's another view of that same townhouse development. I just want to also note that the location of these buildings, existing buildings in Donegan, are approximately the same location that we're proposing our townhouses on our site. And then I'm going to hand the baton off.
If we could just also, I'd like to clarify for the group that the city ordinances, the minimum that the city actually has is 27 feet to the midpoint, which I think these slopes are. We didn't redesign it, but we have agreed with staff that we would make sure that our sloped roofs would come down and would not exceed the 27 feet to the midpoint, which is the minimum standard that you actually have in the city of Glenwood today.
Thank you, Barry. Yancey, do you want to speak to this slide?
Sure, Matt. Yancey Nickel with Sopris Engineering. So the Planning and Zoning Commission asked about the site distances. And so we went ahead and put the graphic together to show how, and we actually used a site distance of around 15 feet from the travel lane because of the additional bike lanes, where a lot of times you would use 10 feet for an automobile, and shows where the triangle distance would be. And so we have really good site distance for straight perpendicular access onto these 25-mile-an-hour streets. Obviously, we have a major site plan to go through yet, and you know, there'll be more refinement as we come back with that process. But right now, we feel quite comfortable the site distance will remain quite good at both entrances.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Is there any additional information coming from you guys?
Only that we tried to respond to all the different questions in written form, and we'd be glad to answer any additional questions you might have or about what we submitted.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Yancey. Okay, great. Back to the commission. Questions to the applicant. Please raise your hand. Well, Commissioner Schachter, please.
I waited for other hands to go up, but didn't. I think it was Barry that talked about the revision to the proposal regarding the height to midpoint. How would that affect those the townhomes with that, I don't know what you call it, a false dormer or a false roof? What do we have some idea of where the new height, what the new heights would look using that metric?
I think we do. Matt, did you have that slide that shows what we are now? I think it would come down about 2 feet, but I don't know exactly.
Barry, I think you are correct. I think we're just coming down.
We did.
It's 28 now to the midpoint of the multifamily and 30 to the midpoint of the townhouses. So we would just have to compress the townhouse height 2 feet. So just pulling that down 2 feet. And so to the peak would come down 2 feet. if not more, because we're changing the pitch. And I suppose with the multifamily, we're probably at the right spot for that.
And what would be the peak height? I don't know if I can read that or if it's listed.
It's there. It's for the multifamily, the peak to the peak is 34 feet. To the midpoint is 28. For the townhouses, it's currently 35. To the midpoint, it's currently 30. If we bring the midpoint down on the townhouses, we're either flattening the slope, which means the height of the peak would be even greater than potentially the 2 feet.
Thank you. Another question, I guess, for Barry, because we're always talking about statistics that help. I took a little issue with your analogy about density and particularly in the case of the meadows, because meadows is part of, those apartments, the lofts are actually part of the meadows. If you include that as a mixed use development, the density would obviously be much less. Similarly, if we just took your building D and said, what's the density per acre there, the number would be different. Now, I don't want to argue with it. I'm just saying,
I think it's a very fair comment.
We know it's somewhat dense, and I appreciate the total density per acre, but I don't want any, I won't call it deliberate distortion. I just want to have fair comparisons when we make these.
I think the best comparison might be Six Canyons because it sits by itself. And I think the other ones are quite frankly not fair. It was just, I do think that 30 units per acre, when we look at a typical suburban project that we might develop, is pretty standard, was the point I was making. I think your point is very fair because I think it does distort it. You're correct. I apologize.
And I'm not accusing, I'm just clarifying things.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
And regard, if I may, to Floyd, and I do appreciate what's going on here in terms of the development. I did look at your statements, Floyd, and there are a couple things. First of all, the comp plan, the way comp plans are written, almost anybody can find something consistent with the comp plan. And in the sections you highlighted, coordinated and compatible are pretty subjective, particularly when we come to the latter aspect. Likewise, the desire for mixed use and high density leaves for a lot of room for interpretation. So I'm not going to argue with you. Yes, clearly those two parts of the comp plan definitely apply. How they're interpreted might be a different story, but thank you for bringing those up because it does bring an important point that we may discuss later about our current comp plan. Thank you. That's all right now, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Sumner. Any other questions to the applicant at this point? Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Thanks. Thank you for bringing us all that revised information and for everyone's letters from our water department and our fire departments. I was wondering if we were able to produce verification that the ditch runs year round and will be fully available for irrigation for the site.
I think we did. I'm going to defer to Paul because I thought there was a letter, or maybe John might have that. Demos.
No, I'll jump in, and actually I did receive a letter from John, and I believe I had forwarded that on to Trent. Hopefully Trent received it, but it was after the packets went out. So there's a chance you guys have not seen that. But we do have a letter that confirms that the ditch has sufficient capacity.
Yeah, this is John Demos here. Yeah, the letter was actually went out from Mike Hoffman at the city. He's actually the Reynolds and Kane Ditch Company president, and we'll check and make sure that you do have that in file for you, commissioners. But he did state that the ditch has ample water rights on Mitchell Creek and reliability on the ditch to provide the water shares allocated to noted property for irrigation purposes only. So there were no issues in regards to providing irrigation water throughout the season.
Can I say something on that, Floyd Demos?
Please.
Our family has irrigated this land successfully for over 60 years and have never worried about drought since the ditch water has always been available. This ditch water was appropriated in April of 1883. And so I have never seen trouble with this ditch, but the ditch does not run in the winter time.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the information. Any other questions? Commissioner Schachter.
Thank you once again, Barry, and maybe Jen can help me out, or Hannah. I thought I understood you to say, Barry, that you might meet with the Housing Commission and consider additional inclusionary housing requirements other than the minimum. Maybe some clarification. I thought the Housing Commission was fairly specific about the level of about increasing the inclusionary housing in this particular application. I don't have the specifics. I was going back through looking for the letter or notes in our packet. And so I was just wondering if there's more specificity.
Let me clarify two things. The answer is that we would go beyond the current requirement. So it's not a if, it's we would. And I only spoke with Hannah. I don't know if she's on the phone. Trent was there as well, in which my understanding is there was a very specific proposal. You're correct. And it was a either or. And in a further clarification with city staff, what I was told is that these were two either ors, but that the Housing Commission would be open to sitting down and talking to us and maybe looking at other alternatives and working with us to see what might work best for us and them. And Trent or somebody, if you want to jump in. And we said that we would be open to doing that.
I would just say that we have promoted Hannah Klausman as the staff liaison to the Housing Commission, and I would defer to her and she can speak on their behalf.
Yeah, I would just jump in and make sure the Planning Commission, much the same that I gave advice to you, that sort of the horse trading that goes with an annexation agreement isn't actually handled by the Housing Commission, it's handled by City Council. And so certainly the Housing Commission recommendation is important, but they are not the final decision maker on what's acceptable to the city. That will be the next level up. But I think it's good input to have, and I'd love to hear from Hannah on kind of where that's at.
Thanks, Carl. That was a great clarification to make, and something that came up in Housing Commission as well. The Housing Commission, I know there was an additional memo added. They wanted to make some clarification there. If there was confusion around what they were asking for, and they realized they are making a recommendation for council and P&Z consideration, and council will be the deciding factor on what those exact specific looks like. But it was put forward that they wanted either additional units put into the mix or a deeper affordability, but how that works out, they did mean for it to be an iterative process with the developer to see what's financially feasible there. We did have a long discussion, Barry on the phone, which was very productive on what that could possibly look like. So Housing Commission was definitely open in their discussion to seeing what the developer could do with those either or recommendations and coming back and possibly making a further recommendation or providing support for what the developers provide.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Shaver, please.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the applicant could speak to ADA access into the variety of buildings that are on site proposed.
We haven't specific, well, first of all, I think you should know I have a son with special needs, and ADA access is near and dear to my heart. My wife actually does specifically working with kids and adults with special needs, making sure that their homes are accessible, and not just accessible, but treated equally with other people. So it is something, just is a background that we're very focused on. I can't tell you that we've looked specifically at the ADA issues for each of these buildings. Clearly, we will meet all the ADA requirements. And quite frankly, in a lot of cases, we look to make sure that not only do we meet the ADA, but those people with any type of handicapped issue is also treated equally, whether it's how they enter the building or whatever else that they do. So I don't have the specifics, but that's, again, you're hitting a very soft spot for me because of my own personal situation.
So, well, I guess this
We
might
haven't
even be
developed the
more.
plan far enough, is what I would say as far as that, but clearly we would meet all of those.
I guess this is even more specific, and that would be, would it be expected that there would be some units that would be set up for somebody with disabilities?
Oh yeah,
to occupy and function?
Yes, I don't know the actual requirement. I do know it. I don't know the requirements specifically in this area. Maybe Matthew could tell us what it is, but there is actually by law, I think, so many units based on the number of units that we're building that do have to be done with ADA, with the wheelchair, with the lower counter heights, with the grab bars and everything that you're referring to. I don't know the actual number. Matthew might.
I don't know the actual number off the top of my head, but we are set up to have ground floor units that are accessible, as well as in certain buildings like building D, we're anticipating an elevator, which gives us the ability to treat multiple levels for fair housing as well as ADA. So even if the unit isn't specifically designed to be an accessible unit from day one, often there are units that are set aside that are adaptable for accessible residents in the future. And then from a site perspective, we did on the site plans locate accessible units where we anticipate foot traffic for visitors to public spaces, as well as foot traffic from parking spaces as an accessible route to those two key buildings. Where we anticipate the opportunities for providing accessible units.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? No, we'll see none. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for all the information, and the commission for asking. We did receive additional comments in our packet. And I think I speak for the commission when I say that we read them all. And thank you very much for supplying us with these comments and for being involved. We appreciate that, definitely. So that said, I would like to reopen the public portion of the hearing, because we did have a few changes and we did get some more answers out of this hearing so far. So. But I would like to preface it with saying, if you've already spoken, please do not repeat what we've heard over the past two meetings. If there's anybody new here that would like to speak up, please raise your hand and I will let you talk. You get about 3 minutes, and please raise your hand.
And Commissioner, I'm so sorry. I was a little technology challenged when I was trying to chime into Commissioner Schachter's comment. If I could either use this as part of the public comment or to address a point he made about the comprehensive plan.
I think that's fine. Please state your name and no, just your name for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Erica Gibson. I'm the attorney for the Demoses, Glenwood Partnership, the owner of the land. And I just wanted to make a point with including the comprehensive plan that while there's some broad language, I think it's important to kind of go back to some original comments that Mr. Hanlon said earlier about the focus of this and being annexation, the comprehensive plan specifically of all of the annexation positions points to this property as being anticipated of being annexed into the city and being developed for these purposes. So it's more just to underline the point that this was a property that was specifically called out and contemplated for a while, and this is what the owners have been intending to do and develop with their land. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's start with Lacy King. You are allowed to talk.
Hi, thank you. My name's Lacy King, and I'm at 206 Melray Road. And I'd really like to just thank everybody tonight. It's been really enlightening to hear so many of these changes that have been made. And I'm just very grateful for the willingness to work on things like evacuation protocols, because I think a lot of us out here are very concerned with that. So thank you. And I did just have a question regarding the traffic study, as it didn't seem to show any traffic from the mall if it were fully leased out. So I'm curious if that was part of the traffic study or if that's something that will take place in the future.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your question. We'll go through all the questions and comments, and then we'll let the applicant respond to this. So thank you. And let's see, we'll move on to Jamie Nims. You're allowed to talk.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Jamie Nims. I am the head of school at Two Rivers Community School, the property directly next door to the proposed development. And I want to preface my statement by saying that our board of directors has decided that officially the school is not going to take a position neither in favor or against the development. And I want to just express that, we have some of the shared concerns that some of the members of our local community have here as well, particularly related to traffic and safety issues, parking issues, and obviously some of the infrastructure issues that have been brought up in previous meetings. But I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the housing shortage and really housing crisis that we're dealing with right now as well. At this very moment, I've got a returning teacher who is right on the fence, who I might lose because she's unable to find adequate housing for a reasonable or affordable price. I have a teacher who's moving here with her family from Texas, who has accepted a position and who I'm dependent upon to start come August 2nd. And, we're in one situation after the next where either it be a rental or even a purchase, which they're ready to throw down cash. We're unable to find adequate housing for our staff members. This is not unique to this school, obviously, and it's, I think, very common for a lot of public servants up and down this valley. Housing prices have gone up significantly. Individuals who are renting out houses directly to tenants are selling those houses right now as the market's so hot. And I hope that working together with the developers, we can find a way to arrive at a place that meets the needs of everybody in the community as well as the neighborhood. I think when I first met with the developers, what I told them is that, I'm not thrilled about the idea of 360 units being thrown up next door, but at the same time, I recognize the need that we have as a community. I want to raise my children in a community that actually has teachers and police and firemen. And the demand is here, the need is here. So it's a difficult situation, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming forward. Jamie Darian, please. Oh, you just went away. Okay. Then we'll move on to Lori Raymond, please.
All right, am I unmuted?
You good? We can hear you.
My name is Lori Raymond, and I've lived in West Glenwood for 18 years and had a business on Highway 6, a couple of blocks west of this development for 17 years, little plus. And I have spoken before about the safety concerns, especially given the fire danger and our experience last summer with that little fire that was out in 2 hours, but clogged the roads for at least 5 to 6 hours. And the panic that I experienced from my customers trying to get to pick up their dogs at Hightails to get home, and the traffic clogs that created. There were also people, I don't know why, but taking some vigilante action to enforce traffic ideas of their own. You know, one guy had a gun and kind of menaced one of my employees who was trying to, you know, like everybody else, get to the roundabout to get onto I-70. There was just no getting there for hours and hours. The thing is, you know, we are talking about this as if we had no way of anticipating how much things have changed since that comprehensive plan was enacted. And I know there's a new one underway, but somebody needs to speak to the climate change and the drought. The fact that, you know, you're putting in a development that's needing to be irrigated like lawns. This is the arid West in a drought cycle under conditions of climate change emergencies and water, you know, shortages anticipated for this area. Instead of xeriscaping, you know, you've got little lawns on these apartments. I would like to recommend that really it doesn't make sense to me to do anything but call for a moratorium on growth and development until we can safely address the needs to evacuate the people that already live here. I think it can be done, but everybody acknowledges that it's going to be very difficult and very expensive because we're constrained by geography. There are all these dead end roads. You know, there's only 2 entrances and exits to I-70 that people can access if the pinch point where we occupy, you know, in West Glenwood is threatened by wildfire. And if the wind is in the wrong direction and it's coming at a high traffic time of day, we're toast. That's really my recommendation, that we call for a moratorium and really study all of the pieces of this that need to be coordinated and looked at realistically in the light of the challenges that we face right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Greg Young, please, you are allowed to talk.
Did you call me Marco?
I did.
Okay, Greg Young, in no name. And a question of staff, perhaps. Looking at the municipal code, this development is required to do parkland dedication and school land dedication or fees in lieu of. And apparently it looks like, just what I've reviewed, that they're anticipating paying their way out of doing any kind of land dedication. And along those lines, I'm also curious if they're asking any kind of waiver of any other impact fees to the city for like whatever, like fire department, fire equipment needs. Thank you.
I am not hearing myself. Here I am. Jamie Darian, you're allowed to talk. Thank you, Greg.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Jamie Darian, and I'm from 19 Chaparral Circle here in West Glenwood, right at the entrance. First thing I want to say is I commend Commissioner Schachtner for acknowledging the idea that we're making such an important magnitude decision with only 3 commissioners. So thank you for at least acknowledging that. I guess the biggest question I have is a question I've put in my letters, and I know others have put in their letters as well, is what's the possibility of having story poles put up so we can actually visually see how tall these buildings are going to look, and how that's really going to affect our part in all of this. It's difficult to read on a piece of paper, so I'm just kind of curious. Maybe story poles are outdated now. I don't know, but I have never seen one yet put out on that field. That'd be my request. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. And anybody else like to come forward from the public? Let's see here. We have one that says Fran and Lisa. You are allowed to talk.
Hello, this is Lisa Oraz, and I'm at 51 Chaparral Circle. And I am wondering, what are the chances that we can put this to the vote of the people? I think that all of Garfield County should be able to vote on this because it is really impacting all of Garfield County. All the residents of Newcastle, Rifle, and beyond that drive to Glenwood, to Carbondale, to Aspen, are all going to be impacted at this traffic circle 114, at the 116, clearly in the evenings, if we have another fire or another mudslide or another accident like we've been having weekly, heck, 3 in 1 week. So I just want to know, what are the chances that we get to put this to a vote? Because I think we need to vote on this. I understand that we need housing. Everybody understands we need housing, but we need affordable housing. But I think the density of this project is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. We are scared for our safety in West Glenwood, and it feels like it's falling on deaf ears. Again, I want to just reiterate, thank you, Sumner, for wanting to put this meeting on hold. You cannot make a decision with only 3 commissioners there. We need to postpone this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to clarify that there's 4 of us tonight, so we do actually have a quorum as per our city code. That's all it takes for us to convene. So there is 4 of us, but thank you very much for your comments. Let me turn this off, and Todd Hurst, you are allowed to talk.
Good evening, Commission, developers and applications and city staff. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I've spoken before, and I just have to go back to Larry Raymond's comment about the incident that happened last summer on Donegan Road with a gun. Multiple agencies responded to that incident as I was a witness to it. It took Glenwood PD an hour to respond with a gun incident on Donegan Road. That's gridlock. That's unacceptable. According to Lisa's statement about density, this is just way too dense for this area. From what I understand, I don't believe the roundabout, and I apologize. I came into the meeting 15 minutes late, so I didn't hear the opening statements, but the roundabout with another estimated 1,000 cars per day just can't handle that. I understand that the developer is working with the school, 2 Rivers, on the traffic. Well, I don't know if any of you have ever been down there during drop off or pick up, and it is just gridlock. That's what's going to happen with the entrance on the Donegan Road. So I think we really need to discuss the access onto 6 and 24 if the development is approved. From what I understand, the contract fell through with Frank Woods for the mall owner, and they have direct access. We need direct access on 6 and 24. It's not fair to the community of West Glenwood to plug 2,800 vehicle trips a day on Donegan Road when we're at what, 400? I think the traffic study stated. We did have a housing shortage. Yeah, 2019, we had a shortfall of 2,000 housings, as was stated. But with the developments that are going on in the Eagle, Gypsum, the Roaring Fork Valley, I think we've shrunken that shortage quite a bit. I like Jamie Darian's comment on the story pools. We had them out here probably 12 years ago for commercial development. I would love to see the story pools for the roof caps. That would be great. Location. This is just not the right location for this development. There's lots of land throughout the valley. Cattle Creek could be developed with this type of development with mixed use. Look at other areas. You know, we need this as an open space community project, and we could raise the funds as a community and business owners to actually purchase this from the demos, which deserve to have their property sold. I'm going to wrap it up real quick. I know I'm going over my 3 minutes here, but none of these properties are affording. According to the gentleman from Two Rivers, there is a housing shortage. And does the salary of the teachers, can they afford a studio apartment at $1,400 to $1,600 a month without having a partner? My son just graduated last weekend in Glenwood Springs. You know, is he ever going to be able to move out of the house by the time he's 30 to afford $1,600 for a studio apartment in Glenwood Springs? Are there enough jobs? I know Glenwood is in a shortage of jobs right now, which is great. I mean, we need to get people back to work. The Meadows, road repairs. The developer has been developing the Meadows over in stages, the lofts. And if you have ever been up on the road, that road is horrible. Are the developers at the end of their phases going to repair that road, or is that onto the city and the cost from the city? Question mark. Once we develop this site, is Donegan Road going to be repaired, or is it going to be in shambles just like over by the lofts? I just have to ask if any of you have ever been on Donegan Road during an event where there is an accident and the canyon shut down, there's a fire, and the commotion that actually goes on, and the traffic and the speeders trying to get home to their families because they're worried about their properties and their families. You know, density is a real point here. This is way too dense. We need more single family developments in Glenwood. And I was sitting by Mr. Demos during the bridge dedication, and the statement I heard at that time was it's not cost affordable to build single family homes. And I get that, but that's what makes a community, not stacking us up real high and making a profit. This is a company that's coming in here, may have been in the Valley for 20 years or something. My family's been in here for over 100 years. And we live here. I've raised my son here because this is a wonderful place to live. We all want to live here, but when is enough enough? How many people can we pack into the Roaring Fork Valley? We've had lots of studies, so we just need to figure out what's the cap. 50,000 people, 1 million people. So I appreciate you letting me go over. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much for your input. That was the last hand up, so that's why I let it go over a little bit. Thank you very much, Todd. Let's see, let me get this out of here. And oh, there's 2 more hands. I wish you guys would raise your hands in the beginning so I can gauge what we're doing here. But Michael Hoban, please, you're allowed to talk.
Thank you. My name is Michael Hoban. I've been in West Glenwood a long time. Anyway, what we've been through, these people don't understand. The school is new, you know, this development is out-of-state person. Another one. Anyway, it's really a severe safety issue. The welfare of our community here in West Glenwood is at high risk. We just can't, we don't have the infrastructures infrastructure. We don't have the city that's gonna, I mean, this thing just cannot work with the amount of people. And also what was said prior, there's got to be a cap on there's got to be a number that we can agree on, the whole city. What's the maximum amount of folks in this town? It gets so bad if you just let it go like we've been doing, it seems. Nobody's going to be able to go anywhere. And, we get a good wake-up call this week, 3 accidents on Interstate 70. All things go to hell. I had a friend who was 4 hours on Interstate 70 west of Caney Creek. We wouldn't have, if all hell broke loose, we wouldn't have been able to get out. It's just, I don't know. This thing never should have brought up in this, the way it is. It's not even close to what would work. And again, we need to decide, we need to come up, we need to vote on density of Narrow Valley Road. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Mark, you're allowed to talk. I think you need to unmute.
Oh, there we go. How's that?
That's better.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. And first off, I would like to say thank you to the P&Z commissioners for what they do. I reviewed the packet from the April meeting, and I believe it was over 600 pages. And whatever they're paying you, I don't think it's enough. So once again, thanks again for your service to our community. I would also like to state that I agree with Jamie and Todd regarding getting story poles up. And I was wondering what it takes to get that done. Is there a status? Does this have to get past you to city council before that happens? But I think the people in West Glenwood really need to have a visual of what this is going to look like. And then the other thing is, I know I've heard the developers say that fewer units and lower heights, they say the numbers don't work for us if there are less units or lower building heights. And from what I can tell, the neighborhood is saying the numbers don't work for us with this many people and this many units. As far as I can tell, currently there are over 1,000 people that have signed the petition opposing this. And I don't know if or what it takes for opposition to a project to make it change. So thank you very much for your time.
Before you head out, could you please give us your name for the record?
Mark Gibson.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. And let's see. I'm going to lower the hand, and I think that was it, unless somebody else wants to jump in. Okay, I see none, so I will close the public portion of this planning item. I think it was planning item 0920. And I will give the applicant a chance to reply and rebuttal to some of those comments you heard.
I'm kind of just going through the list of some of the things. There was a comment about the traffic from the mall. I don't know if Curtis is on the line here.
Yes, I am, and I'm happy to answer that question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the question was with regards to whether or not we included the vacant properties within the mall in our traffic study. And the answer is yes, we did add traffic generation with a fully developed and functional mall. And so the traffic analysis does include all of the potential retail being occupied.
The second thing I wanted to just make a note, I'm just kind of going down the list of some things here. It is worth noting that the irrigation ditch that we have on site does have enough water to actually water our lawns where we would not be using additional water to do that. And I believe we've sent, now I know, I just saw a letter to Trent kind of verifying the ditch itself. There are no waiver of any impact fees. I just want to make a note of that. That was asked about it from somebody. There was a comment about traffic during drop off and pickup. We've actually been looking at films of the drop off and pickup. There was actually a drone that was flown over, and we're kind of right now putting together some plans. One of the things that we may do is actually close our entrance. It's about a 30 to 40-minute window on each one. And so again, I think as noted, we are working very closely with the school on that. Obviously, I have kids, I have special needs kids. That is something that is very important to us. There was a comment, and I think there was even a question before about direct access to the mall. And maybe the staff wants to address it. The staff has actually suggested that it's not necessary. And I'd also say, and if they want to comment, also there's a feeling that the goal is to redevelop the mall itself, and that to have access as part of this project right now would probably limit what those redevelopment opportunities might be. Again, if staff wants to do that. I also just wanted to note that we did start with about 415 units. We have reduced the count to 360 units. I do think that one of the things that's important to understand as far as the density and the number of units, which was also asked, is between the impact fees, the affordable housing, and the offsite work that we're being asked to do. These are all things that we're being asked to do, whether we build 1 unit or 360 units. The overall cost of all of that, we believe, is probably north of $11 million. So part of the issue when you look at the overall number of units and what we're doing is looking at that relative to a lot of things that are being placed on this project to solve in helping with the redoing the street of Dunnigan, redoing the street of Delmar, redoing the intersection at Highway 6, creating the bike lanes. And there are a series of things that we are being asked to do as part of the project. And so I think that is part of what also then starts to dictate our overall density to the project as well. It's hard to address. I think, one of the things that I would just make one last comment if I could. I appreciate the idea of limiting the amount of people that live in the city. My only comment is that you are part of a larger community, which is the greater Roaring Fork Valley. And this growth is overall occurring. I've heard several of your council members suggest that we can't put our head in the sand and pretend that it's not happening. It is occurring, and Glenwood actually tends to sit in the middle of it. So I'm not sure how that works. I do think obviously coming up with an overall plan that works best for the city is important. Again, the only one that we have today was a comprehensive plan done in 2011. Maybe it needs to be updated, but that's what we've been working from. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your clarifications. Back to the commission. Any additional questions at this point for staff or the applicant? Before we go into, I think we have 2 actions to take tonight. So commission, any questions? Commissioner Schachter.
I would appreciate it perhaps if Carl before we move into actions, would clarify exactly what these actions mean, whether we approve or don't approve them. Just clarify what we're doing in this process, which will then go to council and I believe to other public hearings, just partly for the record and partly for the commission.
Absolutely, Commissioner Shackner, I appreciate that. So the action you're taking tonight, in this case, you are the recommending body, not the final decision maker, which is part of why you probably would have gotten a different encouragement out of me if there were only 4 of you and you were the final decision maker and this was a done deal other than appeals. So you're making a recommendation on the action items tonight. On the annexation as well as the zoning planned unit development. There will be public hearings in front of the city council, regardless of whether you recommend denial or approval tonight. That recommendation will go up to city council. They will hold public hearings, a minimum of at least 1 public hearing on these items as well. They will be the final decision maker as to both the annexation and the zoning questions. So that's really it. That's kind of what you're doing. Obviously, like I said, the annexation is an interesting process, and we did kind of a work session on the various aspects of the bigger picture of what you do as a body a few weeks ago. Annexation is a legislative process. It is a little bit more of the sausage compared to what you guys normally work with, if you will. So some of those exactions, certainly recommendations on what you might want to see, are great to be included. It's just that you guys don't have the authority to require that of the applicant or to kind of bind the city the way the city council does. If we moved on to an annexation agreement, what all those commitments are. So that's a little bit different than what you normally do. And I just want to be clear for the community's sake that, this is not the end of the conversation and the reason why I wanted to see it. And I think probably you guys do too, as well as the community, see it move on regardless of what your recommendation is, up or down, move on to city council so that the community can get a final decision on this, as well as the applicants. So hopefully that answered your question, Sumner.
It does very much. Thank you. I have 2 kind of related parts to it. So we will make recommendations based on the 2 actions, yes or no. And also, if I heard you correctly, include suggestions that would move up to council along with our recommendations. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think that while you can't say, have the authority to say bind the developer to something, I don't know, I'll make something up, 50% of, deed restricted affordable housing, something like that. You certainly have the ability to recommend to council that they explore certain things, or that they might want to consider certain exactions that go along with the annexation. And I think those are fair things for you to include as recommendations to the council for consideration.
And how much of this, maybe, well, you would know, how much record of this meeting goes to council? Is it this video, or is there something more extensive than our normal minutes? What moves up the chain?
Everything that has been included, the minutes that you would normally see and approve, will move up. Obviously, those will be extensive. Everything that you have seen in the packet will move up. Everything that has been provided as written commentary will move up. I would assume that the packet for City Council would likely exceed 1,000 pages for review. So all of that would move up as part of the record. Certainly the things, just like what gets presented to you, staff does a great job of trying to lay that out in a fashion that you can manage reading through it in the same manner that they do the same thing for City Council.
Thank you. And one last thing, if you would, Carl, would you please explain the relationship between these 2 actions and whether the decision up or down on one makes the other moot or not?
Because you're making a recommendation, the decision up or down on either one is somewhat independent, I guess I would say. Obviously, if you were the final decision maker, if you, if council denies the annexation, then there, is no reason to, that kind of, the decision on the zoning is a foregone conclusion, if you will.
And the decision on zoning, how, even though this is not a formal development plan, the decision on zoning, how much of what has been presented to us goes along with that without substantive changes other than what council requires? In other words, are we approving zoning that could turn out to be something totally different or not?
It's pretty specific with a PUD. And it will ultimately tie them pretty tightly to this development plan, as well as the other component of that is the annexation agreement that would ultimately come out of this should council approve it, will likely tie it pretty closely to this, if not completely to the site plan, as well as the commitments that have been made regarding things like public improvement, affordable housing, all of those things that you've seen commitments made by the developer during the course of this. All of those would be incorporated into that annexation agreement. And by way of example, you could look to, some 20 years ago when we negotiated the annexation agreement over at Glenwood Meadows, it established a set of very detailed guidelines for how that development would go that we're still using to this day. So it will be very specific.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, you two. And Commissioner Shaver, please.
Yeah, Carl, I had a question. In the staff's recommended conditions for annexation, under recommended conditions number 2, it talks about future development shall comply with the various requirements outlined in the PUD.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me it's kind of tying the two directly together, but are they, or I don't understand why that language is.
The question I was trying to answer for Sumner is, do you need to take, if you take a negative action on the annexation agreement, do you need to take action on the PUD? And the answer is yes. That because you're making a recommendation, you need to take an action on both. You're right also that the two are very integrally, can't talk tonight, very much tied together as to how that all plays out at the end of this process. So you're right, they're tied together. I was trying to answer the question of if you, regardless of what action you take on one, you need to take an action on both.
And one other question, and this is just for information because we're a recommending body. If council approves the annexation, is then the applicant tied to, committed to that annexation at that point? Or could they choose to not annex even after council approves?
Well, yeah, there is, there's always the option of if an applicant cannot abide by the, if the conditions as it's conditioned doesn't work, they can always not sign off on that. And then, they don't get any annexation without the conditions that get put on it, I guess is what I'm saying. If they choose not to annex, then all of this would go away. But
they're not automatically bound to the annexation once it's accepted.
No, they're not. I mean, they can always, if it typically it's, they, like as with any other development, both sides have to agree on on what it is. And if there are conditions that are imposed that simply don't work for them and they decide the best thing to do is to walk away, they have the option of doing that. Now, once they have signed off on that annexation, I mean, literally signed, in that, the annexation map is recorded, the annexation agreement is recorded, the zoning, the annexation ordinance and the zoning ordinance have all been adopted and recorded, then it's a done deal.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, I see none. So let's see here. I am entertaining a motion and planning item 09-20. Action item number 1, annexation of a 15.818 acre parcel into the municipal limits of the city of Glenwood Springs.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion regarding planning item 0920, action item number 1 regarding annexation of the said parcel. I would move to recommend denial of the annexation with the findings that the annexation is not consistent with the comprehensive plan in terms of Glenwood's status right now, in terms of livability, small town character, or safety. And the annexation creates potential adverse impacts to both the city and the neighborhoods in terms of health, safety, and welfare at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter.
I will second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the commission on the motion? Commissioner Schachter, please.
I don't need to go first necessarily, Marco, but
sure you do.
Several things, if I may. One, and I would say that I have never seen the Demoses do anything but good work in the valley. And as far as a proposal goes, Mr. Rosenberg, this is an excellent proposal. However, I'm not finding it suitable or compatible at this time. And if you'll allow me perhaps to poorly paraphrase you, Barry, I think at the last meeting, you said this is an opportunity, or what you're trying to do, or what your organization has done in the past, is to create a community, a small town in a modern day era, something along those lines. And my feeling is we're in a position right now where it's up to Glenwood to decide what that small town looks like in a modern day era, and not a single development. And in terms of you, and in terms of Attorney Gibson, Erica, right now, with us on the cusp of redoing a comprehensive plan and enough ambiguity in the comprehensive plan, this may or may not be the direction the community chooses to go. And so timing is a huge part of it. You know, you had mentioned, and it's mentioned over and over again, the study that says we need 2,000, we're short 2,000 units. That doesn't mean that Glenwood has the capacity or the wherewithal for 2,000 units in a kind of fast track point of view. And we're also missing a huge amount of owner occupied housing. And your own firm, the firm you quoted, RCLCO, and I don't doubt their credentials, and they mentioned people moving in and the need for housing and people under 45. Again, it did not address the type of housing, and it's hard for me to believe that many people, in spite of demographics all over the country, are not seeking home ownership where they can raise a family. So for those and many other reasons, I'd also say, again, I think the attorney mentioned, Erica Gibson mentioned annexation as a high priority in our comp plan, and with our urban zone, it may be, although it's, you know, a lot of people in Glenwood Springs don't understand that Western Springs isn't officially part of Glenwood Springs. It's a county thing, but there is precedent. This planning and zoning commission, as well as prior city council, turned down a significant annexation for many of the same concerns that have been raised in this case. So there is some precedent for questioning an annexation at certain times. So for those reasons, those are most of my main reasons why I'm making the motion the way it is. I will, at some point, as the commission allows, regardless of our decision, list several suggestions that I'd move up to council should they choose to approve this. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schachter, and on to Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Thank you. I do appreciate it's fairly nice design. And I do want to acknowledge how you've scaled back your project, partly based on the community and city staff's input. I appreciate also that you did reference our comprehensive plan and picked out the part that that pasture was earmarked for development. However, in reviewing our comp plan, one thing I see mentioned over and over again is maintaining small town character. And I feel as though this development would impede our small town character in West Glenwood. Some other items out of our comp plan that I feel are not being addressed by this proposed annexation is directing growth inward, planning for civic spaces, and encouraging infill and redevelopment so that we can avoid the urban sprawl. It seems as though the bottom line financially has suggested has been met by these developers and they can't pare it back any further. I sense the resistance to dedicating more affordable units. And I feel now that the way they've mentioned this $11 million in potential improvements is sort of like a gift to the city. However, these improvements would not be needed were this property not annexed into the city. So thank you, Sumner, for making the motion. That was a tough one, but I feel as though we have very distinct reasons why this property should not be annexed at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Zipperly. And Commissioner Shaver, please.
Well, I have a lot of agreement with the two previous commissioners speaking in terms of their thoughts. I wasn't sure if I would have done this at the annexation level or under action item number 2. I think there is some very specific language in the comp plan that addresses this particular parcel directly that would lead me to believe that annexation is appropriate. However, I think that there are some serious life safety issues that need to be addressed, and I think those need to be addressed before this would be approved by council. I don't think we can work under the assumption that those life safety issues can be satisfactorily resolved until they are indeed resolved, and have a much greater confidence that they can have a safe expectation for egress out of this neighborhood. I think once the South Bridge happens, whenever that might be, the demands on the roundabouts at the 114 interstate intersection are going to be much greater. I think a lot more people are going to find it an easier commute to travel on Midland through those roundabouts back and forth to the western end of the county. And I agree also that the scale of this project, as it relates to at least my interpretation of what a small town character is, even though I believe, knowing that John and Floyd's involvement, and I think this developer too, that it would be a very high quality project, but I don't agree that it is in character with a small town. Thank you.
All right, thank you, George. And since you've heard from all of them but me, I'm going to give my 2 cents, and I echo most comments that you already heard. My dilemma, here's my dilemma. I really like what you brought in front of us. I like your designs. I don't even mind the building heights. I like the way it's laid out. You have a commercial component, you have amenities. I personally think this could be part of modern Glenwood. It could even be part of small town character, but that's just me. I like the more modern look, and I think Glenwood could use an update here and there. However, what I struggle with is what you've already heard, and I'm just gonna be redundant here, but I think the density is too high for that parcel. In reflection to the comprehensive plan, yes, I agree. The parcel was chosen for a multi-use development, and I agree. I think that's what that parcel is for. I wholeheartedly agree. I just think it needs to be at a lower density. And one way to maybe achieve that is to do it something smaller in phases, spread it out over a few years, over a decade even, and let the surrounding neighborhoods and the streets adapt and grow. Let the mall maybe redevelop as you do phase one and then phase two and phase three. Maybe this is more of a build over time kind of thing to see what's really needed, and maybe you can even change the housing type along the way of what's in fashion or what's needed at that point. I also think a development of that size does need a connection to a highway. All due respect, staff, you guys are doing a great job, fantastic job, but I don't believe Donegan Road or Storm King or Melray can handle any additional trips as it is. So to me, and you do have the easement, I'm just throwing in suggestions as well. Please connect to Highway 6 and 24 down. I guess it would be south of you. So anyway, thank you so much for coming forward. Thank you so much for presenting the way you did. I enjoyed listening to you guys. One of the more interesting developments that come across our desks lately. I appreciate all the effort that went into it. Same with staff. I appreciate staff working with you guys and moving in a direction. So if there's no additional comments, which I see none, I will ask for the question.
Commissioner Shaver.
Yes.
Commissioner Dem.
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Yes.
Commissioner Schachter.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Jen. To the commissioners, quick, is there any suggestions you would like to add to this action item number 1? Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Would this be the time to talk about the roof heights? I'm kind of offended by the false gabled roof that connects the townhouses. It seems as though it serves zero purpose and blocks a whole lot of the neighbors' views. I realize this is more of a fine tuning. Perhaps it does belong in the PUD conversation, but that's one of the larger issues I have besides life safety.
Thank you. I think at this point, any suggestion is welcome and we'll let them sort it out. So I think that's fine. Thank you, Commissioner Zipperly, and Commissioner Shaver, please.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly on that point with Carolyn. I brought up that point at the meeting when it was first presented or questioned it anyway. There was one other comment that I wanted to make, and I think in the council, when they do their negotiations, I think there might be an argument to support a scaled back project and a scaled back benefit to the community in terms of roads and so forth. So I would encourage the council to consider reducing the $11 million input to the city at the same time reducing the scale of the project and creating more open space within the project, as well as a reduction in the number of units. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, George. Great suggestion. Commissioner Schachter, please.
I think I'll list quite a few suggestions regarding the second action, but regarding the first action, one suggestion that I'd move up to council, and I think it would be frustrating to the owners and developers, but at this particular point in time, I think it is critical that Glenwood have its revised comp plan with broad input, as well as input from those on our urban zone border, such as Western Springs, before any annexation or large-scale development proceeds. And so that everybody, both developers and council and the city, have better guidance of what a 2021 or 2022 comp plan really looks like for Glenwood Springs. And as I think our chairman mentioned, it might include this type of development, but at this point, we do not know. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the input from all of you. Let's move on to action item number 2, initial zoning rezoning of 3.533 acres to commercial district and 12.285 acres to planned unit development district. And I'm entertaining a motion. This is planning item 09-20.
Well, I'll make a motion again regarding planning item 0920, action item 2 regarding initial zoning / rezoning of said properties. I would move to deny.
Okay, we do have a motion to deny.
And I have, I would add that with the findings that this has adverse impacts regarding traffic, evacuation plans and safety, sight lines, expenses to the city, and other items that may be detrimental to rezoning at this time.
Thank you. And now we have findings. Motion and findings.
I can second that.
Thank you, George. And a second. Any discussion on action item number 2? Commissioner Schachter, please.
If this is a time, would this be the time for suggestions regardless of the outcome of this action?
I think so.
All right, so suggestions based on public input, based on commission, there are quite a few things regarding this development. If it is subsequently approved, that would include consideration of reduction of density. I think council should seriously consider, should they move forward, a suggestion by the public of story poles, because sight lines are critical, and lowering maximum heights, or particularly the false gables, as was mentioned, would be another issue. On-street parking should not be considered, I believe, as part of the parking requirement for this development or any other. The need for owner-occupied housing is clearly needed, even though the developer said it was unlikely it could be integrated in this development. I think we've, as a city, said that is extremely important. So also more inclusionary, however we quantify it, more inclusionary than the minimum housing. If something this large is improved, I think we need, even though the developer is apparently on record of putting in considerable money toward an evacuation study, subject to approval, I think it's backwards. We need an evacuation study clearly done before anything else is improved that increases density. We also need a fire station. The contribution of the development would be significant toward fire protection, but still not enough to do the build out that's necessary to protect that area. So I think that's important, and the city should definitely consider the road improvements are nice, but taking county roads and adding them to Glenwood Springs at a time when infrastructure costs are critical and expenses are high is another issue of timing that should be strongly considered. I suggest that that be part of the factor. I also agree suggesting a Highway 6 entrance, if and when this is ever developed, is critical. And also related, perhaps not totally fair to the developer, this has been an area of study, along with other areas of study identified in a comp plan and still is. It is unfortunate for Glenwood that this parcel and the mall can't be redeveloped in tandem. And I don't know that there's a legal way to require that, but for the benefit of the city, I believe that would be an optimal consideration as well. I'm trying to think, additional traffic studies should also be included, as been mentioned by the public. I think, Mr. Chairman, that's enough suggestions for now. Those would be all suggestions regardless of the action of this commission or regardless of the ultimate action of the council. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Schachter. Any other discussion on action item number 2 and or suggestions? Commissioner Zipperly, please.
I have just one item I would like to suggest be added to Sumner's list. And that would be encouraging the developer to do land dedication for parks instead of being allowed to pay fees. I know that is one of the things that's strongly affecting the neighbors, and admittedly, those neighbors are generally in the county and not in the city, but I feel a responsibility to protect their interests. And building out such a dense lot coverage, I think will have a negative effect, which brings me to one other topic, and perhaps they could reduce the amount of surface parking by tucking some of the parking underneath the buildings. So I would suggest to consider some of those things by the time this takes its next step. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Shaver, please.
Well, I just had a sort of a personal comment to reiterate about the evacuation from the area, and that I have family that would evacuate through this area in the event of an emergency. And I think it would be highly irresponsible of us to increase the potential congestion with this development without first making sure that we have that issue solved. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Shaver. Everything I wanted to say has been said, so I'm not going to be redundant about this. And if I see no more comments, then I will call for the question.
Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaver,
Yeah.
Commissioner Schachter,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you, Jen. Again, thank you to the applicant. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. Again, take the next step and see what happens. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, staff, for deliberately working on this together with them. And thank you, public, for coming forward and giving us all your comments and your input. Highly appreciate it. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. Anybody need a break, or can we move? Can we keep moving? Keep moving. Keep moving. All right, we'll keep moving. I don't know.
Marco?
Yeah.
Marco, can I interrupt? This is Gretchen. Hi, I've been trying to text Amber and my to get her to sign in, and it's failing. So the message failed. So could we take maybe a 5-minute break? I apologize.
No worries. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll call for a 5-minute recess. Let's do 8:02. Oh, she's here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
She's here. All right, guys, hold it. No break.
Sorry, guys.
Excellent. Let's reseat Commissioner Wissing for the next items. And I don't know who I have to move over to panelist.
Okay. Randy Henry, he's the project architect. There's Candace Whipple. She's the owner.
Hang on a minute. Am I missing an item?
Western Hotel, is that one next?
No, I think, is it? I thought it was the appeal of the community development director decision.
Oh, right. I forgot about that one. Jen, are you able to confirm that you did get an email from the project applicant and or owner withdrawing their appeal?
I both withdrew my letter of interpretation, which would make it null, but they also withdrew their appeal, yes.
So there is no action item.
There
for
isn't
this.
any
There-
file 21 anymore.
Correct.
Okay, excellent. Then I just wanted to have that on the record.
Sorry.
Then let's move forward to our first new item for tonight, planning file 0921. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, for a consideration of a minor site architectural plan review for the addition of 11 multifamily units in a building that is currently vacant. And now we're going to have to move some people our direction. And who was
Okay.
that?
I've got Candace Whipple and Randy Henry.
Okay, I don't see Candace, nor do I see Randy.
How about Seth?
I see Seth. Let's move him.
And then I'll let Seth speak. I wasn't sure if there were other people for this speaking on this application.
Okay, I don't know what happened.
Oh,
Hang on a minute here. Seth, okay. We got Seth and Candace. I don't see right now. And is there anybody else here for planning item 0921 applicant wise that would like to be moved over to panelists? Please raise your hand. Let's do that.
there's Randy. They're together.
Steve Thompson?
I'm here too.
Oh, Candace is there too. Okay, they're all three together.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so hi, I'm Seth Hemilowski.
Hang on, we're not there yet.
Okay.
Hang on, just hang on. Thank you, just a second, Seth. Steve Thompson, Gretchen, is that a name we need to move over?
No, I need that confirmed with Candace, Seth, and Randy.
Is Steve Thompson part of your team?
No, but he's the neighbor, I believe.
I think he's commenting. He's
Okay.
a member of the public.
Okay, Steve, then just hang tight for a second while we go through the application, and then we'll get you zoomed in on the comments. All right, we'll get going with what we got, and we'll go from there. Excellent.
Okay.
So, Gretchen, please.
Yes, with your permission, I'm going to share my screen here briefly.
Please do.
Right. All right, Marco, from the moment, can you confirm that you can see my screen? Okay, thank you. Great. All right, the Western Hotel is is in the 700 block of Cooper, and it is a two-story building that is 4,200 and some change square feet. It was constructed beginning around 1888. Originally, it was a one-story structure, and then between 1904 and 1945, additions were constructed to the building, including a second floor here and here. Then in 1951, the ground floor storefront was remodeled, giving it a more modern appearance. So it's today's look, essentially. In 2016, the building was entered into the National Register of Historic Places. It is significant for providing residents and visitors with accommodations of a restaurant, saloon, rooming house, and working class hotel. Since about 2018, the building has been vacant and it is deteriorating as a result. There is significant water damage and structural issues in the building, among other things. The proposal then is to fully rehabilitate the building and convert it into 11 apartments. In doing so, the new owner proposes adding a third floor, which will be stepped back 14 feet from the main facade. To address the deterioration, the owner proposes to demolish the rear 1945 this section, and construct a new 3-story addition, which is shown in the lower part of your screen. The materials will be proposed to be medium to dark gray engineered siding in these new sections. And then on the north elevation shown here, plans call for adding new windows and then relocating others because the interior floors are going to change, and so they need to adjust the windows so they are consistent. And then in this section too, they need to demolish and reconstruct this wall area here shown circled in red. And then that includes rebuilding the foundation wall. This new section is going to be executed in brick. It'll be a cream and red brick color. And it roughly matches the I can't remember the name of it. It's attached to the Hotel Denver, their Cooper entrance. The application also includes consideration of a right-of-way encroachment license for cornices that will overhang the public right-of-way. That will be reviewed and approved administratively. So the review process is the addition of 11 multifamily units is classified as a minor site architectural plan review, requiring a public hearing before and a decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission. In addition, because the building is a designated historic landmark, the city's Preservation Commission is required to review the proposed changes, the proposed exterior changes, and issue a landmark alteration certificate, which it did on March 1st of 2021, subject to certain conditions. And those conditions were included in your staff report and have been incorporated in the conditions that I'll for the minor site architectural plan review. So let's see. Oh, when you consider the minor site architectural plan, the commission's has 4 review criteria that we ask you to judge the application against, and they're shown here on your screen. One criterion, the third one here, does not apply to this project. So in my staff report, I had a full analysis of how the project addressed each one of these applicable conditions. I'm not going to detail that here. I'll simply summarize these conditions and my findings. So regarding consistency with the general purpose and intent of the code, this project puts a vacant and deteriorating downtown historic building back into useful life. It provides needed housing, and the exterior renovations I found met the design standards, both the applicable residential design standards as well as the applicable downtown design standards. Next is regarding consistency with, well, that one didn't apply. I told you that earlier. Consistency with the dimensional design and development standards and as well as other code standards. I found that the project met the zone district standards. Specifically, I checked the building height, it being proposed for the third floor addition. The exterior improvements, again, are consistent with the downtown design and development patterns. The property is located in the general improvement district, so off-street parking is not required. The project application was submitted prior to the community or inclusionary housing, the new requirements going into effect. So those are not applicable to this project. And then regarding drainage, so this project will add drainage facilities where there currently are really none, which is part and parcel to part of the issues with water damage. Water, the building covers near the entire lot, so water will collect on the roof and will be transmitted to a drain system that's located on the west side of the roof and then conveyed down internally through the building and then out a trench drain or a chase that's underneath the sidewalk. Then it'll daylight in the curb along Cooper. And then finally, that trench drain or the chase that's under the sidewalk will require a right-of-way encroachment license. And so we'll include that in the one that we'll do for the cornices. In my staff report, I indicated that it's my belief that this particular right-of-way encroachment license is going to need a council review and approval. Then finally, a consistency with the comprehensive plan and other city adopted policies and plans. I've got several of those goals listed on your screen. And again, I'm not going to read them, but rather to say that I just want to highlight one that we don't see very often, and that is preserving the city's cultural resources, which does include its stock of historic buildings. We sent this application, as we always do, to the city's reviewing departments, and we received comment from engineering. They were comments were related to the technical details of the project, so those comments will be incorporated in the conditions of the project approval. And then also we received comments from the Downtown Development Authority's executive director, and those comments provided a statement of support. So there is just one action item that you need to take, and that is consideration of the minor site architectural plan review for the addition of 11 units in this vacant building. The commission your action alternatives are you can approve with conditions, deny, or continue the application. And I'm recommending that you approve the application with the findings that are on page 8, and then the suggested conditions that are on page 8 and 9 of your staff report. Those findings and conditions I've listed here, and I'm definitely not going to read these. We are, however, as we have been during this year plus of meeting remotely, we are requesting that the commission continue this item to the next regular meeting, which is June 22nd at 6 p.m., at which time you can hear additional public comment or the additional public comment that we receive in writing regarding this project will be included in your packet at that time. So I don't think I have another, there's waste comment. US mail, send it to the address on the screen, provide your comments in writing in the city's utility Dropbox, or send me your comments directly via email. My email is gretchen.ricehill@cogs.us. And with that, Marco, I will stop sharing my screen.
All right, thank you, Gretchen. I am very thankful that last slide that you had up.
Oh.
The comments.
Yes.
Yeah, that was very good because I never remember all that information. But anyway, thank you, Gretchen. Back to the commission. Any questions to staff at this point? Commissioner Zipperly.
Hi, and thanks for that presentation. My only question is why the little patch of replacement brick on the north elevation where the windows are moving would match the adjacent building and not the existing brick.
That was a specific request from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And
The HPC.
yes, sir. I'm sorry. You're the Planning and Zoning Commission. Yes, sorry. Yes, Historic Preservation Commission.
So they wanted it a different color.
They recommend, they didn't necessarily recommend the mottled color, but they did recommend a red brick that was consistent with the character of the surrounding buildings.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Schachter, please.
Thank you, Gretchen. I understand we're taking action regarding architecture and plan review, but could you clarify what the allowed uses are of this property once these 11 units, assuming they're approved?
Well, the allowed uses would be from the entire use table in the M2 zoning district.
Okay, that's all you have to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Shaver, please.
Am I to assume that any encroachment in public space requires a council review? Is that why that?
No. Some can be reviewed administratively. They're generally non-permanent type encroachments that are over the public right of way in the case of the cornices. And then also encroachments that are less than 1 foot, I think, in projection into the city right of way. That's why I was saying that I believe that the sidewalk, the chase, needs to be reviewed by city council, but it's consistent with how we've handled other similar drains in the downtown area.
Okay. So I'm, just one thought in regards to what we had talked about and trying to encourage retail on ground floor areas. And not that I'm suggesting that we're going to go down that road, but it just came to mind given our recent conversations. I don't know exactly why I bring it up right now, but just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any other questions? If not, I have a quick one, and it may require the rear elevation. I was curious why the building to the south all of a sudden got the same facade treatment. Isn't that a different building?
The building to the south.
Isn't that the south? Up the block? I understand we're ripping parts off and we're rebuilding parts of the rear, but then the next building over all of a sudden had the same horizontal siding on it. Is that the building is not that wide, is it?
May I share my screen again so
Absolutely,
that I can switch it to me? Okay. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, I think so.
Right,
yeah, right. I see where you're talking here. So I think that's just a placeholder, just blocked out. Yeah, there was never any intention to put any architectural detailing on that building.
Because that's a different building, right? The building is really just what we see here with the windows. And
correct.
This is a staircase on top of one another with the larger windows. Okay, that's the building.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I'll stop sharing. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Gretchen. Maybe I'll ask the applicant about the retail up front. So, any other questions? Thank you, Gretchen. Any other questions to staff? We'll see none. Excellent. Okay, Seth, now you can jump in. Would the applicant care to come forward, present your item? Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Seth Hemilowski. I'm a principal with Z Group Architects, and to my right here is Randy Henry, also a principal with Z Group. So we'll be running you through a quick presentation I know you guys had quite an ordeal earlier. It went on for a while, so we'll be pretty quick. Also, I'll introduce you to Candace Whipple, who is the developer. She'll say a few words. Just wanted to maybe touch base on some of those questions. The first one with the brick. Gretchen, thank you for responding to that. That was something that the Historic Preservation Committee was requesting. There was discussion, there was quite a bit of discussion about whether or not any new brick should match the existing, and the existing is painted, and we're going to keep it painted. And the new brick, we would like to leave that as exposed. And that board wanted to see any new brick to be distinguished from the old, so that way it wasn't trying to be matchy. And then with regard to the lower level, the main level being any kind of retail, the history of this building has always been a hotel, and so more of a residential feel on all levels. As you can tell from the drawings, it is a postage size stamp, and the numbers don't really work well with trying to do a commercial application on the main level and then do residential above. So as the development started out, residential throughout, including that main level, made the most sense. And it's kind of keeping in concert with the history of the building as well. So before we get into the presentation, let me introduce you to Candace Whipple. She can say a few words.
Hi, I'm Candace Whipple. I grew up in the Roaring Fork Valley. I'm the owner developer of this project. And our plan is to develop 11 units, economical units in downtown core of Glenwood, and keep with the original integrity and charm of the historic Western Hotel. Obviously in Glenwood, there's much needed housing in that area, especially for people like me that are, trying to live on their own. And so that's what we're trying to do in that area.
All right, Randy is gonna.
Can we go ahead and share our screen?
Absolutely, go for it.
We all decided to kind of be together on this one just because we love our company so much.
Can you see our screen?
Yes, I can.
So we always get a little kick out of this slide because this is actually two actual pictures of Glenwood Canyon. We think our building was kind of built maybe around the time that first picture was taken, when it was started. But we do feel that Glenwood Springs is always improving, and this what we're proposing is really a redevelopment, an infill project that can take a historic cultural aspect and improve it and give it a new life and a new use. Much like the canyon has gotten its new uses throughout the years. Just some more historic photos, because this is a historic building, we like to remind ourselves of that. A little bit of context of where we are. On the left here, that aerial photograph, you can see the train station up there, the Colorado River, the Hotel Denver here, the Pullman, Juicy Lucy's, Bridge, Grand Avenue, and this lot is right behind the Hotel Denver. And as viewed from Cooper, down by the Pullman, you've got the building right there. Over on the other side of Blake Avenue, it's on the other side of that parking lot that's behind the Hotel Denver and the Rex Hotel. And then as viewed from the pedestrian bridge, it almost disappears back in there. The lot is a 25-foot by 100-foot lot, so kind of long and thin. The current building nearly takes up the entire lot. There is a corner back here that is kind of a concrete patio that is drastically failing. Our proposal is to fill the entire lot and take care of those drainage problems at the same time. Just a little bit of history here. We don't need to go in this too deep, but just it was placed on the historic register in 2016. A couple of key things to note here. The current bedroom count in that building is 14 bedrooms, and plus there's kind of what could be considered a single family residence on the ground level. And we are trying to take those 14 bedrooms and the single family residence and make 11 units out of it. And those are comprised of single family, studio and 1-bedroom apartments. The portion here outlined in green is a historic portion that we are going to preserve. So basically the way this needs to work is we'll preserve that piece, and as agreed upon with the Historic Preservation Commission, then everything inside that will have to be removed while that is shored up and reconstructed to accomplish the 11 units. We had some discussion on what to do with this kind of more modern facade that presents itself to Cooper Avenue. And ultimately it was decided to leave that alone for a few reasons. Even though that is a more modern addition in the 1950s to the historic building, it's still part of the aspect and the culture of how this building came to be what it is today. And secondly, the glass block is also not really in keeping, but again, that's part of the history of the building itself. So it was decided to leave it. Some of the problems that's going on inside this building. Up there on the upper left, it's a rubble foundation, which is pretty typical of this building. There are other photographs we don't show here where some of these joists are actually sitting right on the soil. And we'll get to that in a minute, and why we are reconstructing that one particular portion in brick. These pictures of the stairs, we were not holding the camera at an angle. That's reality. The floors are bowing in the middle of this building. This particular picture are all taken at that back patio that I mentioned. And that's where a lot of the drainage over time has ran into that patio and then back in the building and undermined the foundations and created those cracks in the walls that we're seeing, and the discrepancy in the floor versus the door that we're seeing in that other photo. And then this is some of that water damage that has occurred interior to the building. And basically when something like that hasn't been occupied for some time, nobody's paying attention to it. So deterioration will just keep happening over time unless something is done to arrest that, which we're hoping this development will do. We are proposing, and as agreed upon with the Historic Preservation Commission, to the very back portion outlined in the orange box there doesn't really have a historic character flavor to it. And it's almost necessary to take that piece down so we can access the rest of the building from the alley side and not have to, and disturb as little ground as possible, give the contractor a means to get to the back of that building. And by taking down the piece of this big orange arrow here that doesn't have the same historic character, and you can kind of see that in that very photograph right there, kind of historic on the right, the later addition on the back that's not very historic. And again, that's outlined in the blue hatch pattern, is that piece that we're proposing to tear down and then reconstruct entirely. And now this is the area outlined here in the kind of the lime green. That is considered to be somewhat of a historic portion. Unfortunately, the foundation under that piece is drastically failing and needs to be entirely removed and redone. So working with the Preservation Commission, it was determined that that particular piece would be allowed to be removed, but should be reconstructed with brick. And that was a discussion that Seth was talking about earlier, where that brick should match its surrounding character. This was our initial blush, and this is kind of the ideal situation from a density and development side to make the project work. It was to do the third story and bring it all the way to the front Cooper facade. We immediately, upon seeing this, knew that was not going to work for a number of reasons, mostly aesthetic. So we scaled that back, and there's another view of that facade being pulled all the way to the Cooper Avenue. So we scaled that back and said, no, it makes more sense. This existing cornice right here, and you can see it here more clearly, is 14 foot deep from the Cooper Street facade. So we felt that was a natural place to terminate a third story addition. So it allows that historic cultural piece to still be the most prominent piece of this street facade. And just another view, and ironically, from up Cooper Avenue, you really don't even see that same third story addition. Rear addition, in a later, we've already submitted for construction plans for this. And as a result of that, we had to tighten our pencils a little bit and take a harder look at what the rear facade of this might look like. So that portion that we're reconstructing with brick in the alley, we felt it prudent to go ahead and create a base for this building. So that same brick we're proposing to wrap around the base of this building as well. And then kind of another view from Blake Avenue. And this is just another look at kind of the alley facade, again, highlighting right here, the historic portion to be reconstructed with brick after the foundation repair, and then continuing that brick around the base of the building. And then the third story addition, the window pattern scale and proportion is to match the historic piece that we're preserving. So that's what we've done here. This is a view of the party wall that we share with the Creamery building. And you notice we are not showing any windows or doors on that. That is a party wall and it's not allowed by code. And a party wall basically means that is a zero lot line and we share that wall with the adjacent neighbor. And then kind of the other facades, we've seen these in 3D renderings already, but just kind of a reminder of the historic portion of the Cooper Street facade that's to remain. And then the new third story addition above that, and then the rear alley elevation. This is a longitudinal section through the site. And there's three things that are important about this. And to give us a little orientation, Cooper Avenue over here, the alley over here. So we're looking back toward the Creamery building. The first thing of note here is the maximum height that we're allowed is 40 feet. And that's that heavy dash line. We're under that, well under that. So we're not asking for any height variances or anything like that. And then the red L shape, that's just highlighting that we're stepping back 14 feet from the Cooper Street facade. And then the difference between our proposed parapet and the historic cornice is 8'4" higher. So it's not even a full story higher. And that's a result of, because the way that cornice steps up, it already steps up approximately 40 inches or so. So our building is actually on the roof level behind that existing cornice. And then just an idea of kind of some of the floor plans. The diagram on the left is a general layout of what's going on inside that building. So basically you walk into a lobby, kind of that single family residence I talked about is on the right side. And there's a center corridor that moves through that building. What that effectively does is it puts rooms with no egress windows on the party wall side. And what we're proposing to do is shift that corridor to the other side. Over here in the diagram to the right, that's basically showing the basement. Currently, the basement is about a third of the lot. We're proposing to take it back to about halfway. That allows us to put necessary mechanical and code required storage into the basement of this building. And then here are the three floor plans showing the 11 units. Starting from the left, a grade level unit. And you can see how we've shifted the corridor to the party wall. And that allows us to put all the units on the exposed window side where we can get light and egress for each and every unit, which is a code requirement. And then this is something we need to highlight. We are certain it's going to be a discussion item. Currently, the party wall that's shared with the Creamery building next door has an existing window on the lot line. And you can see that on the roof. We're standing on the roof of the subject building, the Western Hotel, looking back at that window. And along that same party wall, that brick wall there, you can see where other windows have been filled in. We are not clear on what code edition that was constructed under, but the current code edition would not allow that window. It very explicitly says in the International Building Code, which Glenwood Springs is subject to, no openings are allowed in party walls, is the summary there. And that really concludes our presentation. Seth, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think just to reiterate on the details that Randy has gone through, we're not asking for any variances for this project, and we collectively feel it's a good little gem right in the core of town to bring units that are affordable and right next to the restaurant row. You know, if I was back in the day, a little bit younger, single man, this would be an awesome place for me to reside and be right next to all the energy downtown. So as our team, we're pretty excited about taking this older project that's hasn't been well kept up and giving it some new life. Anything else, Candace? Candace says no. So we give it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you so much, guys. Very good. Any questions to the applicant at this point? We'll charge Commissioner Shaver, please.
Well, I think this is very impressive what you've done and the layout, and looks like you've done really well using the space you had available to create these units. I'm wondering if there has been any conversation with the owner of the Creamery building regarding that window you talked about.
Not specifically, other than we're aware that Steve, I believe his name is Steve, is aware that that's there, and I'm sure he's going to make some comment on it at this very meeting. Will be the first real discussion of that with the neighbor.
Okay. Is the parapet sufficiently high to be a legal guardrail once the walking surface is placed?
Yes, on the historic cornice, we are proposing a roof deck for that particular unit that faces that. And yes, it's legal guardrail height.
And I guess you need we're not considering this apparently, but I guess you'll need an encroachment on the alley as well as on Cooper, is that correct?
Yeah, and Gretchen was correct. The way we understand it, a 12-inch encroachment over the lot line is basically, I think, an administrative review. And virtually every zero lot line building with a cornice probably has that encroachment license. And then the awnings that you see up and down the streets, those encroach more than 12 inches, but they're considered non-permanent items, the way I understand it. So that is also a very common and applicable encroachment license for those awnings.
Has an engineer looked at those cornices to determine their integrity?
No, the historic cornices?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Not at this time, no. That's something that we would typically, when we get a contractor in there, pending approvals, then we take a harder, closer look at them once we actually have boots on the ground.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll chime in on that one. So Bob Odo is our structural engineer for the team. He has been looking at the bigger picture as of right now. There's quite a bit that we're working out with supporting the structure or the exterior wall while doing the infill of the new structure. And as we get, as Randy was saying, as we get into the construction and do a little finer comb, review, and we'll look at those types of details a little bit more and make sure that everything's in good structural working order.
Okay. One last question is, is it still going to be called the Western Hotel?
Good question.
Candace has to talk now. There you go, Candace.
We haven't decided on the exact name of the building, but we'd like to keep with the historical theme, maybe the Western Apartments, something along those lines. So as of now, it's the Western Hotel.
I like just the Western.
The Western, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? No, I got a question for Gretchen and more about the use, I guess. Gretchen, at this point, and I know we've been starting to talk about this, we have nothing that would require retail on the first floor?
No, yeah, you are correct. Nothing.
Okay. And the other question was, and this is more for future, but could also apply here if the applicant would be so inclined. Height density bonus for deed restriction. Would this be a project that would apply to?
That's a good question. In the downtown area, you're allowed 40 feet by right, 60 feet by special review. So
if they'd add, I'm just throwing this out, and this is just for because we've been talking about this. If they'd add another story because they have actually height to spare, there wouldn't be a full story encroachment, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
They would do deed restricted. Is this a project that would work for that?
It could. I don't think the details of what we intended for the bonus height have been entirely fleshed out at this point.
Okay, so it's not quite in place yet.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, I'm just looking at this and I'm going, man, this is great. They add a story. They could almost add another story for just a little bit over height.
Yeah.
And the deed restricted program that we have, and we could allow that. But anyway, I'm just trying to find projects that would be part of that.
I think though you hit on what could be a good case study for us to consider. The partial, it doesn't bust the 40-foot height limit, but it could partially. So I think maybe what I'll do is I'll take this back to Hannah and as for example a case study.
Okay.
But as an exercise rather than requiring the owner to.
Oh, I would never require it. It was more
right.
Hey guys, you maybe could if you give us some deed restricted units at medium AMI. You could probably add 3 more units? 4? I don't know. I forget.
I'm sorry. 3. We'd probably end up adding an elevator at that point as well, which would take up some real estate. But so I'd say 3.
Right.
I think we would be interested to see what the city comes back with on that, just to understand it. If that was a possibility, we would huddle on that, and maybe that would be something we would look at. But we would, we'd like to hear about it.
I think it'd be interested for you guys to understand what it means, because this to me is a prime project for that. But anyway, let's get back to.
I wonder if, Marco, in regards to that, I wonder what the historical people would say about that.
Right, my thoughts exactly. I think that would all require starting this process all over again.
I'm not saying.
I think part of the beauty from a historical perspective is that they can gain that 3rd floor without it really affecting the historical character of the street elevations.
Right.
Exactly.
I was just hoping for deed restricted AMI units.
Understood.
That's what I was shooting for. Commissioner Schachter, please.
Well, just related to this, there are a lot of uses, as Gretchen pointed out, in the M2. It's my understanding, Gretchen is correct, if this application had been filed later after the new inclusionary provisions in our code, that they would have had to provide 2 inclusionary units in this building. Is that
That's correct. Yeah, that is
And-
correct.
And at any time, they could have chosen or could choose to do voluntary deed restriction with fee waivers. Is that correct also?
That is also correct.
All right, I guess, I mean, it's a great addition to downtown. I'm very happy with the design. Obviously, I'm a little disappointed that there's no inclusionary housing and we don't seem to have any control other than voluntary on that. Thank you.
Well, hence my asking, what can we do to get that with height, oh God, I can't think. Density bonus. That's what. So anyway, any more questions from the commission? No, we'll see none. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks to the applicant. Thank you, staff. I will open the public portion of the hearing. And if anybody's here to comment, please raise your hand and I will let you speak. And I see nobody raising their hand. So
Marco, is Mr. Thompson still on the line?
I see the name, but he's not raising his hand. So I guess what we'll do is we will, well, keep the public portion. Well, I close it for tonight, but we'll keep it open. And then if anybody out there does have comments, Gretchen had a beautiful slide up that told you exactly how to get a hold of her and where to send it to. So please send your comments to City Hall or to Gretchen directly. And
sorry, I don't want you to disrupt you, but Steve's called me twice. I think he is trying to chime in. I don't know.
I can't understand you. I'm sorry. What was that?
Steve, the neighbor of the creamery, he said he just tried calling me twice, trying to chime in. I don't know how to.
Oh, is he on the phone then? Maybe he doesn't know about Star 9?
I'm not sure. He just left me voicemails.
Okay. Steve Thompson, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Is it *9?
He's got the.
I think he's on there. Maybe we can allow him to talk and see.
See what happens. Good idea, Jen. Okay, Steve, you're allowed. Nope, it won't let me. Oh,
there it looks like.
Steve, are you with us? Hello, Steve. Doesn't seem to be. Maybe you had to go. Maybe you could do a written comment about the window. I assume that's the owner to the south. So, all right. We tried. Anyway, send your comments to City Hall or Gretchen directly, and I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion. I guess we're going to continue to, Gretchen, say it again, the June meeting?
June 22.
June 22. Okay, excellent. So that's what I'm doing. Planning file 0921, entertaining a motion to continue.
Chairman, I move to continue planning item 0921, a minor site and architectural plan review, to the June 22nd regular meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
I'll second.
And a second, 2 seconds. Second, excellent. Second and a third, thank you. Any more discussion on the continuance? I see none. The only thing I would like to say to the applicant is I would really, and I know rents are rents. Well, commercial rents, retail rents, and residential rents are probably similar in the area you're in, especially for the square footage of units you can provide. I would love to see a retail component up front, down below, just because we are, and I don't know if you know, but we are in the process of talking about how to revitalize or keep our downtown vital with little shops, little commercial and retail areas, and you guys have a prime location to actually implement that. So it's a suggestion. If the rents work out to be the same, You may actually save some money by not doing a residential unit and just doing an open commercial unit or a retail unit on the ground floor towards Cooper. That's all I have to say. So a suggestion. And with that, I will call for the question to continue.
Commissioner Shaver,
Yeah.
Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner Shachter,
Yes.
Commissioner Wissing.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you, Jen. Thanks to the applicant for being here tonight, and we'll see you at the end of June.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. Really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
We'll see you again.
Yeah. Okay. Break now? Anybody needs a break? Are we good to go? No? Okay. 5-minute recess. Let's do 8:55. See you then. All right, looks like we're all back. So I call to order the second half of the Glenwood Springs Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And we are moving into planning file 1621. Consideration of a variance from Article 070-040-110G4A4 and 070-040-110I3 to allow the installation of 2 signs in the RM1 residential medium density zoning.
That is me again.
I got you. That's all I
Uh-huh.
saw there.
Okay, so again, bear with me a second and I will share my screen. All right. Okay. Presumably you can see my screen with the opening slide. All right, so let's go here. St. Stephen's School is located, as you all know, at the corner of South Highland Drive and Blake Avenue. It's located in the RM1, which is a residential medium density zoning district. In residential zoning districts, the sign code allows non-residential uses to have signage, but it's limited to 1 attached sign or one freestanding sign. The maximum square footage is limited to 10 square feet and a height limit of 42 inches, and no illumination is allowed. St. Stephen's School is currently undergoing a building renovation project, and it proposes installing 2 21 roughly square foot wall signs, one on each of the east, which is the rear, and one illuminated sign on the front elevation, which faces their parking lot. That's the west elevation. On the property, there are 2 existing signs, freestanding signs. The one that's shown on the left here was installed in 1991, and it received a variance to allow that installation. It is 28 square feet. The other is at their adjacent to their entrance driveway, their driveway into their parking lot. And it's approximately 15 square feet, and it was installed about 2010. We've got no permit on record for this sign. And so it's been a recommendation of mine that they take steps to legalize. Marco, I do apologize. I forgot to ask you to promote a couple people while my clock is chiming. Maybe we can do that. I need you to promote Rich Carter.
All right, hang on. Okay. And
Glenda Oliver.
There we go. Did it work? I think it worked.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for this little diversion. So I'll continue. The variance applications are reviewed and decided upon by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And as you all know, variance requests right now have to meet all 7 of the criteria that are shown on your screen. The applicant completed a variance questionnaire that was included in your packet. So I'm just going to briefly review their responses to each of these 7 criteria, as well as my analysis, but the more detailed version was included in your staff report. So with regard to exceptional shape, topography, building configuration that is not a general condition throughout the zone district. As I indicated, St. Stephen's is in the RM1 district, and it borders 2 other zoning districts. The district to the west is commercial, and the district to the east is RT, which is a residential transitional district. There are no residential properties that border the school. The school is surrounded by office, medical facilities. There's City Park, Sayre Park is directly to the north, religious uses, and also commercial uses surround the property. The nearest residence I found is just over 200 feet to the northeast along Blake Avenue. The school sits on a 4-acre parcel that it shares with a church. The average lot size that I found for other parcels in the RM1 zone near this property is about 14,254 square feet, or a median of over 11,000 square feet. So this 4-acre site I found was an unusual site condition. With regard to the strict application of the code standards for which the variance is sought and how that would produce an undue hardship. As I indicated, the maximum sign allowance is limiting. The applicant noted that because of the commercial character of the surrounding area, the sign limitation was a hardship. The requested signage, I found, makes up actually less than 1% of each of the building elevations to which the signs would be attached. Now, regarding number 3, the applicant did not create the hardship by his or her own actions. St. Stephen's School and Church have been at this location since the early 1970s. I found that the 4-acre site has been in residential zoning districts since at least the 1950s, when the city first established zoning districts. And again, the current character of the neighborhood is a mix of uses: commercial, medical, offices, park, and institutional. Next is the variance does not harm the public or impair the purpose or intent of the code, its goals and policies. There, I found, well, the applicant felt that the intent of the sign regulation in question was to protect residences from commercial encroachments and impacts. However, as I've indicated over and over again now, the character of the surrounding area is a mix of uses. The school is not located in a residential neighborhood. The east wall sign actually faces a parking lot for Valley View Hospital, as well as a medical office building. The west sign faces the school zone parking lot, as well as commercial and office buildings. Only this west sign will be illuminated. The nearest residence to this west sign is about 600 feet away across Grand Avenue. And to view this sign, you'd have to do it through vegetation and existing buildings. And I don't believe that it would actually be visible to the residences along Grand Avenue. Next is the variance I've got 2 demonstrates. Sorry about that. Exceptional hardship, not related to the purpose of convenience or financial burden. The applicant pointed out that the school is open to the community on nights and weekends, and felt the need to be able to identify itself to the community. So they didn't feel that this variance demonstrated the intent here. The next one is the variance will not violate building or fire code requirements. This is actually going to be addressed when, if the application is approved, they'll submit a sign permit application, and we will, building department always reviews the signs, especially signs that are going to be illuminated. So this one is going to be addressed at that time. So it will have to obviously not violate building or fire code requirements. The last one is the variance is the minimum that will afford relief of the code requirement. As I indicated, the requested signs amount to less than 1% of the building elevation on which they are attached. The signs themselves are only letters that are attached to the walls. There are no other logos or designs associated with the signs. So let's see. This is your action summary. You have only one action to take, and that is consideration of the variance from those two articles, which would allow the installation of two signs in this RM1 zoning district to exceed the maximum number and square footage allowed, and to eliminate just one of the signs. You can approve with conditions, deny, or continue the application. I'm recommending that you approve with suggested findings here and 5 suggested conditions. And like before, for our remote meeting procedures, you're going to need to take public comment or take the applicant's presentation if they have one, and then take public comment. And then I've got on the screen how the public can provide comment directly to me prior to the June 22nd meeting. So with that, I'll take questions of you and stop sharing my screen.
Awesome. Thank you, Gretchen. Back to us. Questions to staff. Commissioner Shaver, please.
So Gretchen, am I right? This is the same zoning district we've had discussions about and requirement for sign variances in the past?
We mostly have been addressing sign requests in the RT, not so much the RM1 residential zoning district. The RT is the residential transitional, which is where Valley View Hospital is located. That's the one, sorry, yeah.
And remind me what the difference is, sort of the key differences between those districts.
Well, the RT, like its name indicates, is really to be a transitional district between a heavier commercial zone and residential zones. So there are a handful of office and some small retail uses that are allowed, and some by special review in the RT. The RM1 is really a residential medium density zoning district. I'm pulling up the table here, just a moment. Yeah, it's where fewer commercial type uses are allowed. Let me take a look here. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. Well, you can have a golf course. You can have a commercial outdoor recreation use by special review. Yeah, not many commercial activities are allowed in the RM1. And a garden. You can have a garden.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I'm all for that.
Well, and just a reminder too, the type of public and institutional uses are allowed by special review include the child care center. From a few months ago, we had that application. You can have a school, and then a park and playground is a permitted use. So very, very few commercial uses.
Okay. Now that you mentioned the one sign that's by the parking lot, I believe you said that's not included in this variance. Huh?
No, although I had thoughts about that, if you want my thoughts.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Since you are continuing this application to June 22nd, this will allow the applicant time to legalize that sign, include it in the variance request, if then the meeting for June 22nd is renoticed. I would like to see if Carl or Jen has any objections to that. Because otherwise they would have to come back through the process. They'd have to either remove the sign or come back through the process and submit another variance application.
Yeah, Jen is probably more familiar with process-driven questions on signs than I am.
Okay, sorry, Carl. Very specific question again.
Like,
Yeah, I was just thinking that they could, if they renoticed, because the same, well, they'd have to renotice it because the notice was specific to 2. It said 2 signs. This is now 3, one of which is a freestanding sign. I mean, definitely the cleaner thing would be to remove it or to submit an entirely new variance application.
yeah, I mean, I think that would probably be the, like you said, the cleanest way to handle it.
And I do believe at that time we would be meeting in person. So it would just be one meeting before the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yeah.
In August. With any luck, with our fingers crossed, we'll be meeting in person. Personal comment.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes we've had, it's not this exact situation where we've had somebody like withdraw something and resend it in but not once the process is actually started at a public hearing. So yeah. I think you're right that it's the cleanest probably to add a separate, a separate action, separate application.
Yeah, that I agreed. And that's the way that I had framed it in my staff report.
One thing about that sign, that round one that's on that corner.
Can I ask you to talk in just a few minutes when we're done with the
Sure, I'm so sorry.
No worries. It's just I want to finish
it's my first P&Z. I don't know how this goes. Sorry.
It's all good. It's my first one too. Excellent. Any more questions to staff? No, we'll see none. The only question I have, Gretchen, is okay, so this has absolutely nothing to do with what we just did with the 4 out of 7, 3 out of 7, whatever we did.
That's a good question. We did not include signs in the changes that we made to the development code were specific to design standards, and signs were not included as a design standard.
And okay.
Yeah.
That's a bummer.
Well, we had talked, if you remember, way back in August when we started talking about changes to the variance criteria of creating yet another set of variance criteria specific to signs. So
I think I do recall.
Yeah.
We haven't gotten there yet.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. Put it on the list.
It is. I had to start another list yesterday. It's really annoying.
That's what we do. We list stuff.
That's what we do.
Excellent. Well, thanks, Gretchen, for clarifying. If I see no more questions, which I don't see anymore, would the applicant care to come forward and present your item? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, sorry about earlier. My name is Glenda Oliver, and I'm the principal for the St. Stephen's School. And I've been there for about 9 years, and I taught before that. So I know about that round sign and how a parent made that and surprised everybody with it. So it's a beautiful sign, but we are not super attached to that sign anymore. So we would be willing to remove that sign. So yeah, just something to know. But one of the biggest things to tell you is that it is super important for us to have signs on both sides of this building, because our school is, you know, we've been in there for 40 years. The building's been there for 51 years. And honestly, I think we're one of the best kept secrets in Glenwood, just in that nobody knows where we are. Some people were like, oh, we've heard of that school. We always wondered where it was. We had a little, you know, yard sale thing in our parking lot kind of a few years ago. And that's what everyone was saying. Like, we had no idea where this school was. We'd heard of it. So I think signage would really help us to increase our exposure so that people would know where we are. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, excellent. Any questions to the applicant? No, not at this point. Okay. I will open the public portion of this hearing. And if anybody's here to comment on this planning file, please raise your hand. Nobody here tonight. Okay, but again, you do have an opportunity, public has an opportunity to send in comments. And Gretchen had a beautiful slide. I repeat myself in the other application, but not in this one. So you can send it to City Hall, 101 West 8th Street. Yay. Or to Gretchen's email. Gretchen, what's your email?
It's gretchen.ricehill@cogs.us.
Excellent, thank you. Or you could drop it off in the utility payment.
Correct.
Box. So with that said, I'll bring it back to the commission, planning file 1621 to entertain a motion to continue this item till the June 22nd planning and zoning meeting.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion.
Second.
And again, a second and a third. Any discussion, any more suggestion? And since it's a continuance, Sumner, this is a sign. This is 2 signs.
I can wait till the next meeting.
Okay, excellent. So if I see no more discussion, I'll call for the question to continue.
Marco, if I could just ask, my only question is for logistics for the school. Will June be, I guess, I don't know if there's an option to do something sooner. Will June satisfy your requirement to get it up and running before your next school year? Or is that even a consideration that we?
To be honest, we're hoping to start school on August 23rd. So we're under a pretty tight construction schedule right now. You know, God bless the teachers and students. We've had COVID and construction, but anyway, it's that's what we're hoping for. So yeah, I don't know if I would hope they could be up by then, but I don't know.
So
Rich, do you want to chime in?
I think with the construction going on right now, it's no real hurry. I guess one question I would have for Gretchen is what's the time frame for approval after, if this is approved, for submitting for the sign permit? How long does that typically take?
The sign permit application is really simple, a very quick turnaround as long as the application is complete. And you've submitted the sign details basically that we need to review the permit application. So it's pretty easy. I don't see more than a week and a half turnaround time.
Okay. And then when's the meeting in June?
22nd.
22nd.
Okay. I think that would give us plenty of time to get a sign up before the kids roll back in, or pretty close at least.
Great.
Okay, excellent. So it is continued to June 22nd.
You haven't voted yet.
No, I know, but that's what the motion
Okay.
is for, June 22nd. So that's where we are, and we have a second and a third. So I'll call for the question.
Commissioner Schachter.
Yes.
Commissioner Wissing.
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaver.
Yes.
Commissioner Dem.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, applicants, for coming forward. We'll see you in a month.
Thank you.
Peace out. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
New item, C, we'll just move right through it. So consideration of Planning and Zoning Commission bylaws. Sounds fun.
I didn't have any presentation for this.
Oh.
Yeah, I just think that the bylaws need to be updated. I think is there a reference in there to, sorry, I don't have them in front of me.
Gretchen, let me help you.
Yeah, thank you. 'Cause I don't have them up yet. Got too many screens open right now.
So I think what the impetus for this resurrection of finding is that Carl Hanlon said, no, really, there are bylaws, you should find them. So we resurrected them, found them. There are a couple of areas where we have not been adhering to this, the time limit. So we have been following what's in 020 in the code regarding the length of meetings. But these bylaws that I'm not sure, I don't know if there's a date on these when they were approved, but say that meetings would not go past 11 and no agenda item would be taken up after 10 p.m. unless approved by a unanimous vote of the commission. So that is something that's in there that we may want to reinstate. The regular meeting time is not and are you guys able to hear me? I'm having a little bit of weirdness.
I can hear you.
Okay. My screen is doing something strange. So the regular meeting, so the time has changed to be the regular, it's once a month on Tuesday, but it's not contingent on the city council meeting as it was previously. It is just always the fourth Tuesday. It was a little bit to kind of regularize, everybody's schedules to make it more usual and customary. Does address continuing an agenda item. I think that is something that we do, which is standard practice. Work sessions, it does have the may meet once a month for a work session, which it says generally would be held 1 week before the regular meeting date, unless another date has been designated. And it sets a time limit for those work sessions, and then discourages special meetings, pandemic accepted. I don't think when these were written that it had any inclination that we would be in a pandemic. And I think talks about election of officers, although I think we only have in recent years done a chair and a vice chair. And I think, let's see, that essentially that we in community development are the recording secretary. I don't know if there's other things in there that you guys want to go over in terms of kind of the procedures.
So something I just hop in there, Jen, the code now has actually kind of procedures for public hearings in it, when really the impetus of that was the development of these bylaws and trying to provide some structure to the public hearings. So I guess I would say that there's some of this that has been addressed now in the code. The Planning Commission was sort of the leading edge of it, talking about conflicts, process and procedure, those kinds of things. I do think it's a useful document for new members coming on if we get it updated. And for whoever may, after Marco's long tenure as chair, takes over as chair someday in the far distant future.
12 months, 13 months.
What's that?
Just one more year, I'm done.
So anyway, from that standpoint, I think there's a lot of good that can come out of, especially for a body like yours, having at least a short set of bylaws to provide some guidance.
So are you saying we need to update them and then adopt them, or are you saying we need to come up with some?
Update and adopt is what I was thinking, and I think that's what Jen was thinking.
Okay.
So Carl, to that end, sorry, Marco, I was just going to say, are you asking for like the removal of the procedure for public hearing section, conflict of interest section, but potentially leave the rules to ensure fairness for public hearings?
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is we may want to just reference the municipal code in those sections. So there again, it's a really quick, easy guide. I view bylaws as a great guide for board members.
So I'm a bit confused. So are you asking us for input?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I got it. Sorry. Different plane. Different. I'm waiting for the lunar eclipse, I guess. I don't know. I'm eclipsing myself. So
yeah.
I don't care if you guys want to keep the past 10 o'clock to 11, or if we should just say meetings should not go past 11. That's it, and no more motion to extend. I'm okay with that. That's all I know. Commissioner Zipperly.
We don't seem to treat the alternates the way it's spelled out here either. Like whenever we have alternates, we just seat them. They don't have to necessarily be replacing a regular member. We just let everybody in, which I don't have any issues with.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
says, appointed as an alternate shall be authorized to participate in a meeting when substituting for an absent member.
Right.
But if we've got people willing to attend, we tend to just all jump in.
No, they have to be, if they're seated to hear an application, it has to be because you're short one of the 7 regular members.
Have we done that?
Yes, I think that's why we take the vote at the beginning to seat the alternate.
Okay.
So it's been a little confusing as folks have maybe moved into a permanent role, but I think this is the way that we operate.
Well, from my standpoint, I think it might be helpful for you guys to come up with something and let us say yes or no to it. I feel a little bit like a fish out of water to say, oh, maybe we should not, you know. We're just the commissioner. You guys are the lawmakers.
Well, I mean, I do think things like what you mentioned on the you just as soon just have meetings, won't go past 11 o'clock and just leave it at that. Or maybe it's 10 o'clock that works better for, I don't know. Like, I don't know what that number is, but I would agree with you that I think it is just weird to extend that time period and then.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I think 11, well, in the recent past, and out of experience, 10 o'clock sometimes is just not quite enough.
Right.
Even if it's just 10 minutes after 10 o'clock, what do? You just stop at 10 and say, sorry, we'll see you next month?
Well, and that therein lies with whether it's 10 or 11, Marco. Is it a hard stop?
Right.
And the item is automatically continued to the next regular meeting?
Or finish the meeting, or finish the hearing.
Or finish the hearing. And I think that's something for you guys to ponder as a commission, what you would like. I'm happy to go either way. I will tell you, after 25 years of sitting in these kinds of meetings, good decisions are rarely made after 11 p.m.
Oh, I agree. That I agree with.
And frankly, even after 10, it is extraordinarily difficult to make a decision on an application at that time of night, after 4 hours of hearings.
Right.
Carl, what happens? I mean, is there any procedural issue? Because I happen to like the way it's written, because I agree that's not fair to the applicant at some point when we get weary. But if we started something after 10 p.m., I mean, is there any procedural issue in continuing it unfinished till the next meeting? Or any legal issue?
I mean, you guys always have the option to continue a hearing.
In the middle of a hearing?
In the middle of a hearing. There are some natural breaks that we oftentimes use, whether it's a close of public comment or it's, that's usually the break. Or, if it's a late item, you might continue it before you render a decision and then come back in a month and you've closed the public hearing and you're just making a decision. Those are the two most common natural breaks.
What does council do?
Council anymore has a pretty much, they kick everything down the road when they get close to 10 o'clock. They've really discovered for this particular council, they've decided they're not at their best past 10 o'clock. We've got several members that work regular day jobs that are, they have to be in the office at 7 or 8.
Right.
So they just pretty much will continue things. The downside for them is that they are, they have every agenda now is really busy because, we're struggling to get through things. They also start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So they have been in a chair.
And they get 2 days a month. They get more time together. Yeah.
Well, it's not just commission, it's also staff time after 10 p.m. also and getting in the next morning. I tend to favor looking at 10 o'clock, if not hard, Mr. Chairman, pretty damn hard.
9:55.
Yeah, and I can't remember if this one says it. In the council, I can't remember if it's in the code or not. I think it has to be a unanimous vote to go past 11 on their agenda.
Okay.
And to your point, Sumner, maybe the middle point is that it has to be a unanimous vote of the planning commission to go past 10 o'clock.
And that's what's in there now.
Yeah.
And it has a hard stop at 11.
The hard stop at 11.
Hard stop at 11. And I don't know, I find it a bit weird if you're almost done with an item and you'd have 5 more minutes to continue that.
Well, and I think, Marco, that's the good thing about, again, you got to trust the commission to a certain extent. If we're in the middle of something that's likely to end soon, you're more likely to get unanimous consent to go past 10.
For 5 to 10 minutes and be done with it.
Yeah, if we're grinding or about to approach something really intense,
right,
then you're less likely to continue.
Makes sense.
So keep it as it is.
That's what it says right now? Unanimous vote past 10 or finish an item. Well, no, even when you're in the middle of the item, you still have to do the extension. Yes, then keep it as it is, I guess. Yes. Amber.
I guess to that point, I just have a question, like in the new world order that we're about to be ending, right? If we only have a couple more months of doing it like herky-jerky, 2 things to continue to 2 times extra meetings, this is going to be over soon-ish. Yeah, I don't know if I'm seeing any, I hope some hopefully. Then that will become more relevant versus I can see how we're ending up in like we have to do a different pattern if this is going to be our new reality forever.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think for regular, even when you're in person in chambers, if I had to make a recommendation, it's probably to stick with it the way it is. Because inevitably, whatever the deadline is, if it's 11 o'clock, Marco, you're going to want those extra 10 minutes. If it's 10 o'clock and you want the extra 10 minutes, then it's not 11 o'clock or midnight, right?
Right. 10 minutes.
Do you think
if you can finish something with an extra 5 minutes instead of picking it up again a month later, I'm all for that. But that's just me. That's how I was raised. Spend an extra 5 minutes today. You can save an hour.
The other way to deal with that, Marco, is to have a chairman that likes the gavel.
Oh, I don't have any. I have a pencil with a rubber.
Or a chairman who does not open the public opinion over and over again.
People have a right to speak.
I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just brainstorming, Marco. Don't get defensive. I'm just thinking out loud. Just thinking.
I should have borrowed the gavel from City Hall.
We have one. You don't have two though, so you have to get it from Jonathan.
Yeah, I'll just throw some stuff around.
Anyway, all kidding aside, I mean that oftentimes is just, it's kind of discipline on you guys' side, in terms of, how you're handling, and you guys know, I mean, you're really honestly pretty good about seeing what the time's ticking up to and addressing, getting on it, if you will, about getting through things. And you guys are always really well prepared.
I constantly look at the clock, constantly.
Right. Which saves a lot of time. I mean, it's a huge benefit. So I guess to Marco's point, we can tweak a little bit, and bring it back. I mean, I don't know that it needs a ton of changes, but like I said, I think I like to think of it as some guidelines for new members coming on, a little bit of a narrative about what you guys are doing, and also, frankly, if it's posted up on the website, it gives people an idea of what to expect when they come to a public hearing, and I think all of those things can help.
Sounds good. Carolyn.
I was wondering, under section 4, alternate members shall be required to participate in work sessions, which brings me to like an attendance question. Like, if the alternates are required to participate in the work sessions, like, should there be, say, if you miss 50% of the meetings in a year, you don't get to stay on the commission? I don't see anything like that in here in terms of required attendance. And I know we all have different things come up and we need some flexibility, and we're volunteers. But today was sort of an example. I thought we'd have more of a commission, and there were only 4 of us, and it's a huge decision. So
yeah, and I was actually going to raise that a little later, but we're rolling up on that hard stop at 10. I think this is, I was commenting to Jen earlier today that I have not experienced this, where we have not been able to pull planning commissions together. And Marco will remember when he first joined the commission, and we were doing two meetings a month, hearings and a work session. And we almost never had missing members.
Right.
And I know part of it is COVID, part of it is being online, but I do think that we need to really be, they're going to use the word disciplined about, recognizing this month, whether you're going to be here next month, so that we can plan on that. Right. And working harder on, I know it is a volunteer board, and I know life happens, but we're really dependent on you guys, and so are the public, and so is our applicants, and 30 days or 60 days can make or break a project, is a lot of money in terms of having applicants or experts waiting and on the line, and then find out at the last minute we don't have a quorum.
Right.
And so I think one of the things I would like us to try to do is get a commitment, at the end of each meeting, that, yeah, I'm going to be there next month, so that Gretchen's not sending out an email and hoping you're going to respond, and everybody's busy. And I know, I got 30 emails while we were sitting here tonight. And so it's hard to respond to all those, but while we're all together, are you going to be there next month? Yes. And if you say yes, then, absent an exigent circumstance, we can expect you to be there and seated, because it really, it's hard.
It is.
I mean, I'd say a month in advance is sometimes a little extra difficult to plan, but maybe 2 weeks. But what I was thinking is, one thing that might help, when I came on the P&Z Commission, I had a basic understanding of what happens. I really had no idea of how much reading was going to be involved, and then the quantity of meetings. And maybe if we just do a better job of letting our applicants know how much commitment we expect from them, we can get better people on the commission. And I don't mean to diss anybody, who is on our commission and not in attendance now, but it seems to have changed since I first got on the commission. And I'm just, how do we get people to commit? We do need everybody.
Yeah, I guess respectfully, there's a calendar of meetings, right, for the year. And, you know, I mean, Sumner's somebody who's at a point in his life where he gets to travel and vacation and ride his bike and do lots of things that I can only dream about. But he's still pretty good about telling us way in advance when those things are scheduled. And there again, when you think about it, and I will put on my, I do a lot of development work, and over the years have done a lot of development, private side development work. And, you know, to gear up for a hearing on an application like the annexation that we just saw, to gear up for that meeting, your cheapest expert is probably $300 an hour. And so to step into the room and be, you know, and Zoom is a little easier, but when we're live, you know, you're talking about a couple $1,000s an hour on a big development application that you are burning to have somebody on the commission not make it in, and then you have public, right? And so I know I'm really leaning on this, but there again, these meetings are scheduled a year in advance. And so it just, I think it needs to go into our equation a little bit more. And I know that's asking a lot for a volunteer, but also recognizing that aside from city council, you are the most important sitting body in this community. And so it's, I recognize the commitment, but I also recognize the responsibility to the community. So.
Good point.
I just raised my hand to say, to piggyback on Carl's comment, that, for example, I consider myself a rookie P&Z member, but I didn't know what Carl just said. So I'm assuming that maybe other member, when you think you're going to join something, you're like, oh, I'm this and this in the industry, and I know this and this, and land use comes easy to me, and you know all these things. You don't know what what Carl just said, which is
right. And that's probably on me. Like or I
think it's probably on the council when you're interviewing.
Yeah. Well, and that's, and I don't know that the council fully, right. And that's, we're working on it on that side too, but yeah.
Yeah.
So can I just make a real quick suggestion is going forward for the current P&Z, what I'll do is I'll send out another meetings through the rest of the year. And if you could check and let me know vacation schedules and whatnot as you can. I know things come up. I get that. And then also for our applicants to the commission going forward. So one of the things is we're down an alternate. So that really does, you can see how that impacts us. And Jen's already taken steps to get another advertised for another alternate. So I think for the alternates, when they do apply, I get notification of that. And what I'll do is I'll real quick send them the meeting dates through the year, through the rest of the year, and just make sure that they understand the level of commitment better. Because you know, Amber, Carolyn, you're right. I mean, you don't know the level of work involved, the amount of reading. And so I think it might be fair to share a typical application with somebody, one that's been approved, and say, okay, so here's what this looks like. Just a thought.
Share a whole meeting's worth. There's not just
well, we can. We're all recorded, so we watch the recordings. That's a great suggestion.
The amount of reading in advance of that, like as the developers were saying, there's like several hundred pages to go through. Yeah, and lots of it's a traffic study, but it's our job to look at that. And if you don't have the time, maybe this isn't the commission for you.
And that's
and understand that you get the packet on Friday for the Tuesday meeting. So somewhere in that.
Well, and that's the other thing I wanted to mention first. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I mean, it's really hard for staff to meet that Friday deadline, and I'd hate to move it up, but in all fairness to you guys, you're right. I mean, council, the packet deadline is the Tuesday before the next week, Thursday meeting. And you guys are basically giving up your weekend to get through 1,000 pages of material.
With no dinner.
Well, that's going to change in August, isn't it?
I was going to say in August there'll be dinner.
Right.
And
We're going to get 4 dinners a month.
we may need to take votes on, like, please send your ideas about the dinner, the return dinner.
Right. Right.
August, I'll make sure I'll be here.
I think to your point, Gretchen, though, that and I'll just throw this out as my own self, is I would rather have a heavy packet early and amendments to watch through the week versus we don't get the whole thing until
Friday afternoon is like 5 o'clock when I post it.
Like, if there's any way to even get parts of it so you're not reading 700 pages and then Trent texted today or emailed today, was like, hey, here's our last comments.
Yeah, I mean,
I happened to be babysitting my email that day, but what if I wasn't?
Right.
Which it's on me also, but for me, I'm saying I wouldn't care to get it in chunks versus waiting until we have to read 700 pages. This is, I don't know if people agree with me or not, but that's just my thoughts.
I think
for us, it's hard to create the packet, and obviously, like, we are. I mean, this happens with the city council packet too. Is that we are working up until that deadline, and so we can certainly talk about it. What it means in terms of even like a day or 2 days probably means a shifting of other kinds of, like. It's just because it's this slog, right? So because we're also doing the council packets, that it's kind of this which is part of the reason why the work sessions, and know it feels like it's not a lot for staff to do that, but because we're always putting out a packet and answering all the questions that we get and processing all the things that are administrative reviews, and like the development hasn't slowed down. I mean, we can certainly do that and we will look at it. And I'm not saying that we won't, we will, because I recognize that 1,000 pages is very difficult to review over a weekend. But just know that the reason when we say sometimes, like, I don't know if we can do another meeting, is because we're kind of on this hamster wheel of huge packets to create.
Yeah, but not every packet is 1,000 pages either.
Right.
It doesn't really happen all that often. And, Friday evening to Tuesday evening is about 96 hours. Should be enough.
Yeah, and Mark, I mean, from a staff standpoint, we need to be a little harder on our applicants to get us the information in a timely manner. We need to also make sure that the departments respond in a timely manner. And everybody has been exceedingly busy during the past year and a half. And I don't see any let up in the near future. But we just need to be better managers of our own internal deadlines, which I think will help.
I actually personally think that's fantastic if we have things coming in constantly. I think that shows that we're doing something right. So,
but also, like, I worked in Aspen, and you don't necessarily submit an application and then get on the agenda just a couple of weeks later. Sometimes you've got to wait a few months. And I don't know if that would help you. I certainly want to be accommodating to our applicants, but it probably just kicks the can down the road, huh?
So we did move at some point during the pandemic. We did have a 6-week submittal timeline and an 8-week submittal timeline. We moved everything to 8 weeks. And I don't know, I mean, maybe we need to look at that again. But I also get when developers look at me and they say, how long does it take to get through your process to do an amendment for a PUD? And I say 22 weeks.
That's the worst part right there. That's the worst part right there.
Well, and I think really what we're talking about with the planning commission though is, I mean, we're talking 2 days potentially. I mean, I think maybe as a staff, we need to sit down and talk about committing to at least the same. So council actually gets their packet on Friday afternoon, but they have a Thursday meeting, not a Tuesday meeting. So the equivalent would be to move you guys back to, you know, a Wednesday 5 p.m. deadline for us. And I think we can talk about that to at least give you that. You know, pragmatically, I don't know how many of us have time to read that stuff until we get to the weekends anyway. Some do, some I'm being honest, like I never look at the boards I sit on, and I never look at anything until the last minute, but that's an attorney thing. But I think that's something we can certainly talk about trying to do and get you guys 48 hours more.
I thought I remember that was maybe a little while ago when we wouldn't even put the application on the agenda until it was complete. Like if you don't show up by Monday with all your stuff, you missed it.
Well, and that's yeah, and that's still, I think we for the most part do that. I think it's really what we're talking about is did we get all the referral comments in from our inside?
All more internal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is internal stuff. Yeah,
Right.
there's a deadline for submittal that is at 8 weeks out that Jen was talking about. And you know, we won't schedule you until we have everything. But then once we have everything, then it's on our side to get it collated into that packet and get it on your agenda. And so that's what, like I said, I think I will be honest, and that, you know, that 48 hours is about as good as it would get, as an additional 48 hours. And part of that is what Jen was describing, is that so when you think about our week last week, getting ready for this meeting, you know, everybody who's on, and I'm trying to work on that on the council scheduling, but you know, we had to be prepared for, you know, what turns into about an 8-hour or 10-hour day with council on that Thursday that we have to be prepared for, have slideshows done for, have all that done for, and then your packet's coming out the day after that. And the shift is really that your packet would come out the day before that. So that's where, just so you understand kind of the rhythm that we're in as a staff. But it's something that we just, you know, I think we can talk about fixing, because you guys, this is not going to be the last 1,000-page or 700-page packet you see. And there again, going back to the early days when Marco and I were on, you know, when Marco was first joining, it was 700 pages twice a month.
Right, it was regular.
Yeah.
Regularly. Yeah. Okay, Amber.
I just have my hand raised to say that it's very helpful, Carl, for you to just procedurally let us know, because I consider myself a new council member or a new commissioner even now, is that if you say, Amber, you only have this much time, I can for sure do that. But I haven't known what my timeline was. And so it's the expectation of, oh, shoot, we need more time, versus, oh, Amber, this is your timeline and this is what you have to live with. And then you communicate that, then I will for sure do that. But
no,
that's all.
No, and
I think that's kind of where we may be getting, go ahead.
Right. No, and I think that's fair. That's absolutely fair. And yeah. So
all I say is 5 minutes today can save you 30 days tomorrow. Let's go past 10 o'clock, 5 minutes. Enough.
Oh, I thought you were just saying that you were wrapping it up 5 minutes early.
Absolutely. How about 8 minutes early? Actually, no, let's see. We still got to go. Are we good? Are you guys, is this it for now?
We'll bring back some information. We'll talk about
okay.
what we can do. And maybe part of that is, and part of that will be probably pushing back harder on applicants. And,
okay.
You know,
I certainly want to say thank you to the staff for your hard work putting this together for us.
Right. And for other people. Yeah, a lot of work. I get it. Okay, cool. Well, thanks, guys. George, anything to add?
Just apologies to Gretchen for missing the last meeting because of my inability to read the Julian calendar. I was totally prepared for the Monday night meeting on Tuesday night. I'm sorry, Gretchen.
No worries, George.
George. Amber. All good. Carolyn.
That last meeting caught me by surprise too. I was not expecting a Monday. I had my COVID shot on Sunday. I slept all day and woke up like 10 minutes before the meeting. So I hope I didn't embarrass us all. It was rough. Today was just as difficult, but a lot easier because that second shot just knocked me down. So thank you for sending out those reminders. It worked.
Excellent. I'm glad you had your 2 shots though. Very good. Sumner.
No, I'm just amazed at commission members that can remember one meeting to the next. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I got nothing, just thanks to everybody as always. And Jen, anything or Gretchen for next month we need to know? Besides what we continued today, anything else?
You've got Lofts Phase 4 and the BLD application for 300 units in the Meadows.
Oh, the one that we scratched today.
Yes, right. It's related. Yes.
Yeah, related. Yes, not
Yep.
the actual application, but related. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Well,
how quickly does this annexation then go to council?
You know, that is a fair question. I think I have an agenda meeting with the mayor and the mayor pro tem on Thursday. Well, so does Jen. We're going to talk then, I think, about, I mean, obviously, I think we need to schedule a special meeting to handle it. And so that really is, you know, it could go as early as the 17th, but in looking at what's already on the 17th, let alone what's on the next regular meeting, first meeting in June, like you know, this deserves everybody's full attention. It's probably going to be a couple of meetings worth. So that's going to be the kind of the first hard conversation with council about these big land use applications they're going to see in the next 6 months. They just need to carve out another night.
all right.
There was a public comment asking about the possibility of sending this to a vote of county residents.
Can't do that.
Yeah, I didn't think we could do that, but they'd have to petition the.
We wouldn't have any, a vote of county residents wouldn't have any impact on city. I mean, they can't, they're disconnected, right? Like you can have a county vote on a county matter. It wouldn't be a binding vote on the city.
But if we didn't want to annex them, they're still county. So since it's changing from county to city, is it actually a county matter if the county residents want to get rid of that property? I didn't bring it up during the actual hearing, but I'm wondering, is it an option?
So on an annexation, there would be the possibility for the city to vote on whether or not to annex the property.
Right.
Or for an approval. I mean, the council could put anything up for a vote, right? Special election. There's no ability for the county to vote on whether or not the city should annex a piece of property.
So we don't have to get county permission to take their land.
No.
Okay.
Has that ever been done? Annexation like that?
The only land use application that in annexation that has gone to a vote was Red Feather Ridge.
Right, I remember.
Currently 4 Mile Ranch is.
Yep, I remember that now.
Yeah, and that was whatever 2004, 2003.
Was that a lot more units? That was a lot more units.
Yeah, I can't really remember. It was actually not a bad proposal and certainly would have been better than 4 Mile Ranch, but
that was then.
Yeah, I mean, from a land use perspective, I think it would have been better. Right. So that's the only time it has, and that was a referendum petition. So annexations are approved via ordinance, and so an ordinance is, as a legislative act, is subject to initiative and referendum. So
interesting. All right, everybody good? Everybody good?